Sheesh. What's up, y'all? What's up? Let me throw a loop on real quick, just so that we can set the mood a little bit. You feel me? You feel me? What's up, Kuma? Oh shit. What is this? When did I make this? Hey, King Hype, we lit. Okay. When did I make this? Okay. All right now. Let me find, what, do I have other loops on here? Let me find some other loops. Where are my other loops at? What is this? Damn, okay. Lip Slayer and the Heezy. What's up, Globus? This is a little nutty one. That was the end of that one. Okay. What is this one? Damn, where are all these loops? I got all these loops on deck. Wild. How have I been this week? Not great, honestly, but Oh, I did a drill beat like this. Oh my god, I gotta finish this. I'll finish that at some point. Oh my god, I can't believe I did. I have all these projects I didn't fucking finish at all, just on my desktop. It's I completely lost the motivation to do really anything, honestly. So, before we get into what we were getting into, continuing, we were looking at last, on Wednesday, last stream. It's NPR, but whatever. And it's just a thing about the DOJ report that I think will be pertinent to read before we get back into what we're about to get into. Before I do that, though, hang on. Let me see if there's any like YouTube videos on this I can watch. Just really quick, just to kind of set the mood a little bit. Why is my internet moving so slowly? All right, there we go. It's good. Andrew Tate is a scammer is Hassan Abi's most recent video from an hour ago. That's funny because he is a scammer. Also, shout out to Frackle. Solar flare. Yeah. So I did Frackle dropped a video on police abolition today. It's about an hour and 41 minutes long. Actually, I'm sorry. Hang on. Yeah, it's about an hour and 41 minutes long. It's well worth the watch. Very informative. Probably the most comprehensive video on the subject on YouTube right now that I've seen anyway. I might be telling on myself with that one, but I'm going to support my comrades and my homies regardless. But yeah. I'm trying to find... We'll watch... Municipalism mixed with syndicalism can localize accountability and power. It can, but you can't solve the issue of prejudice with that, though. I get what you're getting at, though. I checked Catfish. Like, the thing that's most appealing to me about anarchism is the challenge to hierarchy. And you can still have hierarchy within municipalism and syndicalism. Case in point, the Nazis co-opted all of the socialist language. They were literally called the National Socialist Party, right? Because you could totally have socialism, but have it only be for white people, for example. And everybody else just gets fucked. You know what I mean? Not to get too horseshoe theory with it, but when you have those types of biases, it's very easy for socialism, air quotes, to become fascism. Because once you start enforcing who is entitled to the socialism and who is not entitled to the socialism, right? All the benefits of those types of things. Well, there's problems with that. And before I also get started, I'm gonna, if there's anything in here, I might have to run downstairs really quick, smoke a little bit more CTV. Let me get some more CTV pack really quick. I'll be right back. Also, this was not the first band I was ever in, but like, I don't know. This was just a band I was in, I guess. This was the second band I was in. Forgot to grab my guitar pick. I'm back. I like to flex the Dawn of the Dead poster. I'm not even going front. I like to show off the Dawn of the Dead poster. It's hot, but not unbearably hot. So I want to show you guys something. Whoops. Ow. That's very hot. I don't know why I put that on my mouse pad. That was stupid. Okay, anyway. Let's look at...
They've been called the deadliest police force in America by The Guardian, The Washington Post, and Vanity Fair. But the Bakersfield Police Department says they've been unfairly portrayed.
And 23.
All right, wait a minute. I'm so silly. There's the Bakersfield Police Department and then fucking... I'm so silly. This is so fucking stupid. Could you tell I haven't watched this before? Excuse me. So... brought up municipalism because I imagine police militarization could be useful in protecting people / community from domination in the right conditions. Obviously, we ain't in those conditions in Baltimore, LOL. Yeah, so I mean, so here's the thing, right? Because I've talked about this before, where, like, in the imperial core here in the United States of America, if we got socialism, communism, whatever here, we absolutely would not need, like, a huge standing military or anything like that. Number one, because if it were really like that, all of us the masses would be properly armed and trained ourselves to defend our own territory in whatever capacity we have the ability to do so. That's number one. Number two, we are already kind of at the top of the global hegemony. So, like, I kind of feel like, just like politically and socially, we wouldn't necessarily be at risk of like full-on invasion from a foreign power if we were demilitarized. But also, just like strategically, you would either have to come through, because you're not coming across the Atlantic, and you're absolutely not coming across the Pacific. So you either got to come through Canada or Mexico, and you got to declare war with them just to get to us in the first place. And you know, there's a lot of shit that's been said about why the United States will essentially never be invaded by a foreign power. A foreign military will never touch United States soil. The Canada Army depends on us. Well, that's their fault. That's their fault. Maybe I should give their populace some fucking guns. I am sipping the blueberry Faygo. Maybe if Canada stopped fucking taking their indigenous people on Starlight tours long enough, they could train their fucking military to do something besides, you know, bury dead indigenous children. DeSantis. 55 miles between Russia and the U.S. Alaska? Yeah, I'm sure Russia is horny as shit to invade Alaska. Anyway, Greene County, Tennessee got an anti-tank vehicle. I'm more scared of the feds than foreign powers. Yeah, the feds were always the people you need to be most worried about because we live in a panopticon. But a lot of y'all already knew that. So, let's get into it. This video is from the immediate aftermath, I believe, of Freddie Gray's killing in 2015. We'll see how it plays out, though, because I'm not entirely 100% sure, but we'll see.
Joining us now is former Baltimore police detective Joe Crystal. Joe's story was revealed by us on the I-Team, I guess, the winter of 2014. When he claimed subject to allegations of witness intimidation because of his role in a police misconduct case. Joe is now working in another department in another part of the country, and we'll talk a little bit about that. First of all, you left the department a little less than a year ago. Why?
Hold on, what up, Heavy T? And yeah, most of my takes are thought out. Why wouldn't they? Alaska is perhaps the most important strategical location in the world to connect the Americas with Eurasia. Maybe when we were fucking running down woolly mammoths to eat, but last I checked, we weren't necessarily on great terms with Russia, and it ain't like we don't have an entire other fucking continent to go to if we want to get to Eurasia. The operative part of Eurasia is Euro. We could just fucking bully the United Kingdom or like any European country and come through there if we wanted to go through there. You sideways and shit? I feel you, Heavy T. I'm starting late. I'm getting it going. I always kind of wait to get it going because I know people mosey in kind of late, especially on Friday nights. A lot of people don't even watch on Friday nights because it's Friday night. You know what I mean? And it's not COVID time anymore. People are out drinking, partying, going to shows, going to festivals, doing whatever it is that they do where they contract COVID or monkeypox. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Or they're watching Chaos Cast. Anyway.
Why did you leave the Baltimore Police Department?
First of all, Ms. Miller, I wouldn't say I left. I was more forced out than anything else. I was forced out because the commissioner kind of made it clear to me that he didn't want me there. The things he told you guys in the media, I would have a fruitful career, things of that nature. they moved me around. I didn't even know where I was assigned to on a day-to-day basis. They were at that time even trying to investigate me, despite the fact that they told you guys, hey, we're going to get to the bottom of what happened with this guy. So it just got to a point where I realized I wasn't wanted there. And did I resign? Yes, I resigned, but it wasn't that I resigned because I wanted to. I was forced out by the department.
And I will.
That happens frequently also, especially with like police officers who report other police officers. They'll like leave dead rats on your windshield, that kind of shit. They're a gang. Like the police are straight up a mob. But also, yes, agreed, checked catfish. Like the Alaskans don't fucking play. That's still America. And the same rule I just talked about in terms of how fucking militarized the American populace already is applies, especially in Alaska, because it's all fucking crazy ass white people who want to live in Alaska.
Glad that you are in litigation. You have filed suit against the Baltimore Police Department. That is a pending case, just so we know what is going on there.
Yes,
but you have taken a role in talking about being a whistleblower. Why is it that in police organizations, and I don't say all, but that why there are so few of you that step forward and blow the whistle on what you perceive to be, an officer who does the wrong thing, officer who commits misconduct? Why are there so few?
From officers I've spoken to, specifically even within the Baltimore Police Department, is that they're scared. They hear stories like what happened with me, and they don't want that to happen to them. They have families, they have children. They're scared of losing their jobs. I know like recently other people have spoken about it. Even Sergeant Lisa Robinson, when she spoke about some of the officers in the Freddie Gray thing, they said Baltimore City has a stop snitching mentality. And that's something that needs to be addressed within the department, that we have to separate ourselves. We have to realize that we're police and we have to hold ourselves to that higher standard. And I think at the end of the day, people don't like, I guess, feeding into the stereotypes that the people say about police. Everybody says police beat cops. Nobody likes to hear another officer doing it. And once somebody does that and kind of confirms some of the things people say, I think the people in the department kind of feel that you're not siding with the department, you're siding with the community.
Right.
What do you, from your perspective, and again, just to go over, I mean, what we reported at the time is that once you were identified as a witness in the case against 2 police officers, this all involved the arrest of a drug suspect. You were subject to taunting, harassment. Ultimately, you came out one morning from your home and found a dead rat on your windshield. Obviously, you perceived that as pretty clear messages that you were being harassed because of your role as a witness. From your perspective, what within a police organization needs to change to make it more accommodating for an officer who wants to step forward and report something they see that isn't right? What would make it more accommodating?
I think the number one thing is leadership. I think if you have leadership that you know supports that you know won't stand for that wants people to come forward and discuss corruption, you'll see officers do that because they'll think that, they will be protected. I don't think you ever come forward and speak about that and not expect a certain amount of something, some sort of blowback maybe. But I never personally, I know I've spoken to you about it, I never thought it was going to get to the point it did. And I think for people to do that, you need an administration, a person at the top that has integrity, that stands for the right thing, that doesn't cover things up. And if you have that at the top, it'll trickle down, and people will look to that person as the example they're supposed to be.
You worked under the Fred Bielfeld administration. You actually came on the force. He was.
I fuck with conceptually. I fuck with Alaska conceptually, but I don't want to live where outside can kill me, fam. Outside can kill you in Alaska. How the fuck can you live in a place where outside can kill you? You feel me? Like militarily, like strategically, that's dope as fuck. On some Operation Barbarossa vibes, people got to come at you. They might freeze to death trying to get to you, right? But like just living and cooling, cooking, making art and enjoying time with my family and friends and comrades, like, nah, I don't want to fuck with Alaska. I don't want to live in a place where outside can kill me. I might want to go outside. I love outside. Florida the same way, low key. It's concerning to you that the cop, he just admitted that the cops he was either being with the department or with the community, and the interviewer just moved on without addressing that? Of course. Because that's not really what the reporter is really there to do. It's Stardust time. You know what I mean? It's Stardust time.
commissioner when you came on the force.
Came in commissioner.
Then you also worked under the leadership of the Commissioner Anthony.
I might explain
Bass,
Sinclair
about
Group
that
to you guys
as
tonight
we
too.
Speak, and you talked about the leadership issue. How is it for you personally going forward now? How much of this of what happened to you here in Baltimore carries with you wherever you go? In other words, do you have the reputation as the rat, as the guy who ratted out someone else? I mean, do you have that? Does that follow you?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, that's always how I'm recognized, or how I'm, viewed. Not necessarily that I ratted, where I work now. People don't necessarily say it that way, but I was the guy that, testified against cops and, was forced out of his department as a result of it. So it definitely follows me. It's one of those things, I became a cop and had all these visions of what I wanted to do and, what I would be, known for and remembered for. It's kind of, sometimes it's, I sit back and you think about it. I never in a million years thought, I'd be sitting here talking to you right now about this specific topic and be kind of almost a resident expert when it comes to that stuff.
Do you have a plan to, Michael Wood, a former Baltimore police sergeant, I believe, has been pretty public over the last few weeks. We've
Okay, so this was after Freddie Gray.
Talking about some of the things he witnessed as a police officer, and he's been, gone public. Is it your intent to be a public face of this story? There aren't many out there that have worked in policing.
I don't know necessarily about a public face. I mean, I have no issue talking about it, and I always tell people, I've talked to people within Baltimore police that have had issues and stuff like that. I think it's just more, I never want to see anybody, what happened to me happen to anybody else. It was by far the hardest thing I've ever gone through in my life.
Damn.
And when I think about it, I sometimes to this day, get upset about it. And I never want to see anybody have to go through that. I want somebody to always know that they have some sort of support where necessarily I didn't have the support. So if I could help anybody, that's why I became a cop in the first place, Ms. Miller, is that it wasn't that my parents were cops, it was the fact that I wanted to help people. And anything I could do, even to this day, that's what I want to do.
And you want to
mind you, keep that in mind. He became a cop specifically because he wanted to help people, and they wouldn't let him do that, and he had to quit.
Remain a police officer.
To be honest, ma'am, I would still love to be a police officer in Baltimore City. I love the city. I love the people. I generally like helping people and affecting people's lives in a positive way. And my heart is always going to be with this city, that this is where I want to be. But I guess, the commissioner and the upper command had different ideas.
And you are out of state now?
Yes, ma'am, in Florida.
All right. Okay. Joe Crystal, former Baltimore police detective, thank you for joining us today
Thank you for having me.
Discussing what you've gone through in your own career.
So that was Joe Crystal talking about how, talking about a lot of the stuff that we would later find out in the Department of Justice report about orders coming from the top that were just straight up racist, and essentially at total odds with the community. Like Kuma said earlier, the top brass saw you as being either with the department or with the community. That culture of us versus them mentality that has been, cultivated in police departments across the country for like years at this point, if not decades. There is a press conference here for the consent decree that went into effect. What the fuck? Hang on. Because my fucking VPN is fucking me again.
One simple but brilliant trick to cool your home in 90 seconds.
Weird ass ads for fucking what even it okay. I can skip that shit though, so I skipped the fuck out that goofy shit. Here we go.
What we said via reiterate what we said via a release statement yesterday.
Oh no, if that shit's only in one ear, that's gonna be annoying as fuck. I can't do this.
Probably a couple minutes before you did, Joy.
Yeah, I can't. We're not doing that. I'm sorry. We can look at that another time. Or something. I can't do the one ear thing. I'm sorry. So, I'll read this NPR thing really quick as well before we get back into what we are into. The Baltimore Police Department has disproportionately targeted African Americans for stops and arrests, a Justice Department investigation has found. After the police department took a zero-tolerance approach to policing in the early 2000s, the report finds it began engaging in a pattern and practice of discriminatory policing. Statistics analyzed in the scathing 163-page report show that the magnitude of racial differences in stops, searches, and arrests is so pronounced it might point to intentional discrimination. In one case, for example, an African-American man in his mid-50s was stopped 30 times in less than 4 years by police, yet none of the stops ever resulted in a citation or criminal charge. Investigators found instances in which leaders in the department ordered officers to directly target black residents. And we talked about that on Wednesday. We saw that in the report. In one case, a commander allegedly told a lieutenant to order her officers to lock up all the black hoodies. Interesting. What was that? Remember when Trayvon Martin got killed? What was that? Was it the Million Hoodie March where everybody was marching in the black hoodies? Interesting. What an interesting turn of events. The statistics reveal that the Baltimore Police Department stopped and arrested more people in predominantly black areas of town. From January 2010 through May 2014, police made some 300,000 stops, 44% of which were in two predominantly black areas that make up 12% of the city's population. Citywide, the report finds the Baltimore Police Department stopped African American residents 3 times as often as white residents after controlling for the population of the area in which the stops occurred. The Justice Department launched a civil rights investigation in May 2015 after the city was beset by protests and riots over the death of Freddie Gray. The report finds that police made too many unjustified stops and used force unnecessarily. Other times, police officers reacted simply because a citizen was exercising their right to free speech. One officer, for example, listed an arrestee's mouth as his weapon. Wow, that's sheesh. Imagine... My man was the real throat goat. It's like that dude's mouth is a weapon, right? He's the throat goat. Fuck Nancy Reagan. My man will suck the skin off your dick and you will bleed to death. His mouth is a weapon. That's me. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Heavy tea. Sorry, got distracted. Twitter. Anyway, the review concludes that many of the abuses are the result of inadequate training and the after effects of a now discredited policy. Starting in at least the late 1990s, city and BPD leadership responded to the city's challenges by encouraging zero-tolerance street enforcement that prioritized officers making large numbers of stops, searches, and arrests, and often resorting to force with minimal training and insufficient oversight from supervisors or through other accountability structures. These practices led to repeated violations of the constitutional and statutory rights, further eroding the community's trust in the police. BPD's legacy of zero-tolerance enforcement continues to drive its policing in certain Baltimore neighborhoods and leads to unconstitutional stops, searches, and arrests. Many BPD supervisors instruct officers to make frequent stops and arrests, even for minor offenses and with minimal or no suspicion, without sufficient consideration of whether this enforcement strategy promotes public safety and community trust or conforms to constitutional standards. These instructions, coupled with minimal supervision and accountability for misconduct, lead to constitutional violations. The report says building relationships in all communities is a better way to head off crime. Let me open mod view for Twitch really quick. I don't know, I haven't already done that because it's always wild whenever I have a spicy day on Twitter. You know what I mean? Ravana is also live. If she's still live and I end, I might raid Ravana because she got fucking clapped on Twitter. Hang on. Sorry. I'm just going to my mod view really quick. Yo, Ruan Katre, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. We are currently looking at the Department of Justice's report into the Baltimore Police Department after the investigation they made in the aftermath of Freddie Gray's killing at the hands of the Baltimore Police Department in the year 2015. I said free Ravana though. She ain't do nothing. I'm gonna see how
Cemetery,
she reacts to that.
free Ravana. She ain't do nothing. I did not do anything. It's true. Watch out, Endless Cemetery. They'll call you racist. They'll call you racist for that. They called Jay, my best friend, who is a black woman, low IQ. One person who I followed, who followed me, we were friends. He used to play in the NFL. They essentially alluded to him capping for white people in a more offensive way than that. I can't say the exact words, but it was offensive to see them say that to a black man. Like, just no regard for like I'm racist for using the word K-Hive, but they're not racist for calling a black woman low IQ. They're not racist for pretending to be black, literally pretending to be black on the internet. That wasn't racist.
Yeah, yeah,
but
that shit's
I'm racist
crazy.
For saying K-Hive and calling a man ugly. They got suspended again. The fuck am I gonna do on Twitter now?
All right, yeah. Yo, the fuck is K-Hive? K-Hive is, I guess, the Kamala Harris, like, K-Hive Karen, the Karen Hive. That's what K-Hive stands for. The Karen Hive. But anyway, I have ADHD. That is why that tag is in the fucking tags. I'm sorry. I got distracted. The libs need to go. This is facts. This is facts, because you cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, but they don't like hearing that. I'm going to close this window so the air stays in here. Destroying shit in my laboratory. You ain't on Twitter? Yeah, you're not missing anything. Trust. Yeah, Twitter is. You don't need to be on Twitter. Trust me. Twitter is goofy. There's lots of goofy people on there. I'm arguing with all of them. Busy day on Twitter today. Yes, it's mad funny that Zonia blocked me because I called her out for fucking bot rating. Fuck Zonia. Twitter's only good for looking at thoughts. That clapback was weak as shit. That's all they know how to do, though, is id poll, because that's the only card they can play. Because they can't play the ethical or moral high ground, because they sit on this bitch and talk to white supremacists and call people the R slur and fucking do ridiculous ass shit like that all day. So they don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to that. But they'll id poll you. So they'll go, "Oh, I'm old as shit," even though I'm like 45 and on this bitch view botting people, bot rating people with hate raids with anti-Semitic fucking titles and shit. I have no life and I'm doing shit that fucking insane at my ripe old age. You're being ageist to me by saying I'm too old to be acting like a cyberbully on the internet, right? Or with Stardust, I'm being misogynist or sexually harassing her by alluding to the fact that she herself brought up that lots of right-wing fascist men will intentionally fucking entrap Asian and or fucking brown women, right? Because just because you like dark pussy doesn't mean you like dark people, right? Especially with all the disgusting fucking stereotypes about the servile and submissive woman from the Orient, right? Like, this is not shit. This is shit that we're all aware of. But if I bring it up as perhaps a reason why fucking dumbass people like Richard Spencer want to talk to her so fucking bad, then I am a misogynist, right? Fucking CTV. Motherfucker gets drunk and waves his gun around on camera and fucking screams about how he doesn't care what color it is. It's all pink on the inside. But if I fucking use a GIF or a vid of him crying, and with the explicit fucking statement being, "I'm going to make you cry," no statements about whether crying is masculine, nothing like that. Suddenly, I'm upholding toxic masculinity by posting a video of the dude crying when that video itself came from his fucking stream, right? It's just that's the id poll game they play. They come on here and shit on all kinds of minorities all fucking day, but like literally today with dumbass fucking coward ass fucking soft made ass punk ass Sansol is going to sit on here and call people subhuman and the R slur and then try to say Tegma is ableist for calling him an idiot. Cool. That's why they stream for like 20 fucking people. You guys know that they have the same viewership and like viewer chat like participation that I do, right? They just have like an extra like 50 fucking thousand bots that they pay for to sit and watch their stream. That's why motherfuckers like Chud Logic will have like 388 viewers and like 60 active viewers in chat. That's why Sansol have like 80 fucking viewers and his chat will be moving slower than two old people fucking on the merry-go-round, right? That's why Stardust will have 150 viewers and her chat is the same fucking 8 like Nacho and fucking Testy Johnson and the Mexican fucking like dumbass dude. Like, these people, it's like so painfully fucking obvious that they're view botting. That's why people like niggas like Rhizome will just block me off top as soon as I show them the picture. As soon as I hit them with the screenshot of the analytics, that's when the conversation shifts a little bit. When I came at fucking Yakubi and Liberty, when I came at Fabian Liberty, like, it's mad weird, my guy. April 26th, you gained 500 fucking followers in a single day. A little weird. Kind of a weird, perfectly even number on a day you didn't even stream, my guy. That's hella weird, bro. But, you know. About to leave some Discord that one side has people constantly posting those black people Twitter memes to animalize, clown on black people, repeat or joke about using the N-word or etc., while at the same time acting holier than thou about respecting pronouns and LGBTQ issues. Look, James Baldwin said it. It doesn't fucking matter if you're gay, queer, fucking trans, non-binary, asexual, whatever. You're still white. You're still white. Right? And that's why a lot of these fucking people on here are the way that they are. People like Sansol, people like fucking Samantha Banana, right? They're mad as shit that they didn't get all of the fucking treats that white supremacy was supposed to give them, right? Because they're white, but they're queer. Their sexuality or their gender identity has made society unsafe for them. So while they should fit in, they don't. because of the way that they choose to express themselves, right? Or the way that they feel they need to express themselves, rather, right? So that's why they do this whole leftism grift, because it seems like, okay, I was rejected from this club. The way that they view this shit is as clubs, right? Because they have no frame of reference from any type of actual marginalized community, right? Sansol tries to fucking ride his uncle's coattails and couldn't be half a quarter of the fucking man that man was, because he's a fucking coward who sits on the internet beating his dick and calling people subhuman, right? So this is why you see quote unquote reformed conservatives immediately backslide into transphobia or racism or whatever once they have interactions with people like me who are mean to them, because we know that they were never actually fucking on the left. They never actually gave a fuck about advocacy. They just wanted to join a new exclusive club, right? Because in their mind, you perform the rituals, you say Black Lives Matter, you do a fundraiser for trans people, you fly a trans flag, you say trans lives matter, whatever. You perform the ritual, you get acceptance into the club. Now, because you are a member of the quote unquote marginalized community, you get to say the N-word, or you get to use transphobic slurs or whatever. And you have now become impervious from criticism because of the way that they view identity politics, right? I'm a woman, so any challenge to any of the fucked up shit that I say is misogyny. I'm trans, so any type of attack towards me is instantly transphobia, no matter how valid it is, right? If I'm doing white power shit and you call me out for it, that's misogyny. That's transphobia. That's ageism, right? Whatever fucking, like, these people have no concept of this shit, because the original foundation that they come from in terms of their ethics and their philosophy is using the particular exclusive club that you belong to's privilege as a cudgel to beat other people that you don't like or agree with over the fucking head with. It's the same way that they view our fucking marginalized identities. When I slide on someone and say, hey, listen to me, all this pro-police shit you're saying is bullshit because you don't actually have any experience with the police. I do, and I have read all of the data and reports and all this shit on it. They see it as idpol, right? And I'm weaponizing my identity. Isn't that what they love to say? We're weaponizing our identity, right? It's because they intrinsically view those identities as weapons. That's why a lot of these people are super fucking quick to claim their status in the LGBT community and wear that as a shield and say it's how can I be racist when I'm queer? I mean, fucking obviously you're white, but that's literally how they think. The way they view identity seems to you as very reactionary, because it is. They haven't thought about any of these. They haven't read a single fucking shred of any theory, right? They could actually read stuff like Audre Lorde, fucking, Angela Davis, Huey Newton, any of these things, right? If we're just specifically talking about the subject of black liberation, right? Because this is also the mark of an intellectual, is reading materials and understanding ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. But none of these people have read any of these books, but they're super fucking ready to come clap people like me, or people like Professor Flowers, or Cat Black, right? Or Bink Princess, or any of these people on this platform who talk that talk, right? Just like fucking like Sansol is willing to come up on here and spend an entire fucking weekend talking about how xenogenders and neopronouns aren't real or valid, right? As if that means fuck all, when I could literally just talk to Josie Rose C and be like, hey, person whose literal fucking job it is to find this shit out, can you tell me about this? Is there some literature I could read on this subject? No, we're operating purely from fucking emotion. Identity politics. Yes. I mean, same thing though. You don't think you need to read shit, but if you're going to not read and listen to the people screaming for their lives, exactly. I am not a read theory nerd guy. I myself have read very little fucking theory. But what I do have is lots of people and comrades and friends and family members and such close to me with various intersecting axes of oppression. I have trans friends, I have non-binary friends, I have fucking asexual friends, I have Filipina friends, I have fucking Latina friends, right? I have indigenous friends. I actually sit and fucking listen when people have wisdom to share, as opposed to walking around on this fucking planet thinking that I'm an authority on anything, right? Under the age of fucking 30 because I'm white and have lived my entire fucking life entitled to encroach upon other people's fucking conversations. Because that's how these people operate. They just sea lion. Their goal is to insert themselves in a fucking conversation and then exhaust you until that conversation is non-existent anymore. They're not interested in learning. They're not interested in being educated. They literally just want to make the world more comfortable for themselves by silencing your experience and making themselves look smart in the process so that they can get money. I feel that, checked catfish, yeah. I mean, so I had to fucking, there's clearly, like, even though I'm a black man, there's a lot of fucking misogyny within myself that I had to check while we're on the subject, right? And it took not just listening to the experiences of the women and the femmes in my life, but also me changing my mind and like learning some things through my personal experience and having the desire to learn and change enough to read theory like bell hooks, Audre Lorde. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Still haven't read a lot of that shit, but it's all on my list, and I have people like Bank to slide me gems, and you know what I mean? I'll fucking, it is what it is. I'm getting distracted. Let's keep up with this shit. It's cool though. I like what we got going on here with chat and chat participation. I'm really enjoying the fact that my chat now is so active. There's a lot of you guys here that weren't here last year. I'll say that much, and I appreciate the fuck out of all of you. Every last one of you. There's some other stuff, some police stuff I want to look at too. Shout out to DC Metal Chris. I can't believe I almost forgot to cover all this shit. So I'm going to finish reading what we're reading right now. Then I'm going to read some other police shit that's more recent, and then we're going to go back into the DOJ report from 2016 and read the second half of that. Still fuck theory. Life taught me to listen to others, and listening to others is enough. Yeah. Yes, I would say yes and no. I'm a person who really enjoys, even to a fault, right? I'm a person who enjoys learning. I'm an autodidact. So I will be that motherfucker who opened the lament configuration, right? I would be the motherfucker that figured out the puzzle that's the gateway to hell and dooms the entire world, right? That would be me. Because I do that to myself every fucking day. FD Signifier's channel, shout out to FD Signifier. His channel is real fucking good for that, and finding new axes of oppression that I experience and haven't even considered or thought about, and that shit is painful. I would rather know and feel the weight of that than continue my life not knowing and risk perpetuating it through ignorance, either in a cultural blind spot on my end or the people around me's end, right? Because, say for example, I'm from, I happen to exist in a city where I am surrounded by all kinds of marginalized people, right? But say, for example, I was from like fucking like Fishers, Indiana or something, just as a random place. Shout out to Kuma. Or if I was from some spot in like out in like Iowa or something, completely surrounded by rich or upper middle class white straight people with really no axes of experience, like just the stereotypical nuclear American dream family, the 50s Leave It to Beaver family. You're surrounded by only those people, right? And so at best, the education you could get would be liberal, which is still conservative. Well, still right wing, right? So, Tegma. Literally you. But that's also the magic of the internet too, right? Is you said you're glad you found this channel. I'm glad I found you, Tegma. You're dope as fuck. That's why yeah, you too, Kuma. Like and don't ever let anybody tell you that I fucking hate white people. I'll say that much, because I fucking to a fault I love white people. You know what I'm saying? I love white people too much. I'm not on rhizome time or anything like that, but I do fuck with white people a little too heavy sometimes, and it makes other black people look at me weird sometimes. But anyway, Bink. Dr. Umar enters the chat. Shout out DC Metal Chris once again. The one, the only. Some wild shit, bro. Let me, enigma time. No enigmas here. No transparents tolerated. Oh man. I don't like white people. You know what I'm saying? I fucking hate. I love Irish people. I love Lithuanian people. I love Ukrainian people. I love Finnish people. I love Swedish people. I love Spanish people. I love British people. It's like, nah. I love French. It's like, nah. I love Dutch people. You know what I mean? I like Australian people, kind of. But I hate white people. I fucking hate white people, though. If you identify as white, that's a problem. And we could talk about that if that's upsetting to you. Doesn't make it not true, but we can have a conversation about it. The concept of a white person is sus. It is. Do I like Italians? What an interesting question. Do I respect the Italian X population? I would want to say no. Right? I'm inclined to say yes here. But the amount of times I heard the word "mooly" when I was walking through Little Italy here in Baltimore would make me inclined to say no. But for the purposes of the stream and this conversation, I will say yes. I respect the Italian X community. Tegma's Italian. The Italian stallion. That makes so much fucking sense. I fuck with you. One of my best friends growing up was Italian. Like his mom was a first generation immigrant, like from Sicily and shit. And she would fucking cuss a dog. One of the funniest stories ever was we were coming from soccer practice one time, and my mom got cut off in traffic or something like that, and she went shit, and then was real embarrassed, looked at me and the kids in the back seat and shit. I've heard my mom cuss hella times, so it was funny to me. But she's, trying to uphold appearances for these other kids' parents and shit, and it's the Christian Athletic Association and shit. She's trying. It's not a good look for her to cuss, so she apologized to my man's moms. My man straight told her, like, I don't give a shit. I've heard my mom cuss in 2 different languages. Like, We don't care. And that's what she told her too. My mom was like, I'm sorry, I said the S word in the car. She was like, fam, I cuss at my kids in 2 different languages. All right, let's finish reading these. Getting cursed out in patois is crazy. I can't even imagine. That shit is scary, dog. That shit is like low-key, high-key scary. Because it's black people. You know what I mean? If someone's cussing you out in patois, they're like low-key, high-key casting fucking spells on you, dog. High-key. Native cheat code, racial identity is a thing is colonial, so I can be colorblind by focusing on the relationships experiences that race would cause, while disregarding race, ethnicity is something I have to acknowledge. That's, yeah, that's facts, low-key. Racial identity is colonial. I actually, like, so I've talked to Lost Sue a little bit. So, shout out to Lost Sue. But I talked to Sue a little bit about, I have, like, some fucking indigenous heritage. And I talk a little bit more about that now. I never really spoke about it before because I didn't grow up on a res. I didn't know a whole lot of indigenous people growing up. So that experience is pretty foreign to me. But, you know, fucking, yeah, lawsuit was like, fam, if you don't do 1 drop rule, why the fuck would you do blood quantum? And I was like, that's fair. That's fair. So yeah, my mother's father's mother was indigenous from like the Creek, because my mother's side of my family is from Mississippi, but one of my best friends, who I miss dearly, for my birthday a couple years back, got me a book called Black Indians that like was pretty life changing for me. Because up until that point, or until fairly recently before that point, I was propagandized and was under the impression that the African American community and the indigenous community were more or less 2 separate communities, and that the overlap was actually very small, when that couldn't be farther from the truth. Both in terms of cooperation and indigenous people unfortunately participating in the slave trade, which is why I have indigenous heritage. But yeah. If a runaway black slave or a conscientious white settler decide to mix in with an indigenous tribe, as many did, they get to be indigenous native. Doesn't matter what their blood quantum or ancestry is, only their relationships / practices / worldviews. Agreed. It's the same thing with blackness, right? Even if you're light skinned, like, your blackness is not determined by the quantity of the melanin in your skin, right? White people do that. White people are the ones who do that. They do the brown paper bag test or whatever bullshit, right? But understanding blackness as a political category, as a social condition, and not just a state of physical appearance, right? You can definitely be black and not appear black, which is why it angers me so much that the white passing conversation like focuses so hard on the white part, right? Mixed kids focus so hard on acceptance of their whiteness, right? And that's why you get motherfuckers. Well, I'll say this: black people with white moms are a problem. Black people with white dads are a problem too, but black people with white moms are a problem, right? Because if you have a black dad, especially black boys, right? If you have a white dad, you could still kind of be like, eh. You might have some fucked up patriarchal views as a consequence of having a white father, but I kind of feel like, especially because historically, FD signifiers talked about this, historically the relationship that black people, especially black boys, have had with their mothers. Having a white mom, especially like a white mom who low-key hates you, it's gonna impact your worldview in ways you might not even be conscious of, right? White moms don't be cute when it comes to mixed kids. Sometimes they're a little different. Sometimes they can be kind of out of pocket. I'm trying not to stereotype or generalize too hard, but y'all know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about while we're having this conversation, right? It's not like I'm talking, like I'm speaking abstractly, but everyone in this chat right now immediately thought of at least one person that fits firmly in this category, right? I mean, okay, if we're gonna name names, we're gonna name drop. Let's do it. Cherry, Rhizome, Ellen DeGenerate, right? Cherry's mom's black. Her dad's white. You can tell. But this is St. Mary's County, Maryland. Had a lot of that going on. It's a lot of that. Anywhere you find poverty, you will find mixed kids. But also, as said previously, the reason for talking about this and bringing this up is not to shit on mixed people or like people with white parents or whatever. It's literally to address the root of why these people might have certain tendencies or behaviors that they do as a consequence of like colonial parenting, like Ruan Katri's talking about. But as I said previously, when we have this conversation from like light-skinned people and white passing people, we'll just say white passing people, whether we're talking about mixed people or just lighter-skinned people, right? I guess we have to specifically be talking about people that have European heritage. It's ridiculous that whenever these conversations come up about how those people don't fit in, it's always them complaining about the community, the black community, not accepting them because they weren't black enough. And it's always centering their whiteness, right? Because it's not as if you got rejected just because you didn't have dark enough skin. Right? And that's always what these people, that's always what these people say. I'm not black enough because I don't perform the behaviors that they think black people should behave, right? I'm not performing the way that they want me to perform, so that means I'm not really black. And it's not wrong, but the lie by omission is that the thing that we're asking them to perform is to not participate in white supremacy. That's what we're asking you to do, is to stop the white people shit. And you refuse to. Not only do you refuse to, you present it as equally valid because you're doing one-drop rule shit and saying this white people shit that I'm doing is valid because I'm black, because of one-drop rule. And they have no frame of reference for it either. Because, as stated previously, the way that they view identity politics is as an exclusive club that you join or are in, and the benefits of that club is, number one, imperviousness to criticism. Number two, the ability to use that identity as a cudgel to swing conceivably left or right, right? Because these people are not interested in challenging power. They want power. And you can see that in the way that they wield their platforms. They'll pretend that they're not punching down all day long. But then you'll see people like fucking I'm Really Important talking about how he accomplished more in his teens than such and such and such and such because he's white and looks enough like a fucking creative character default to get put in a fucking random ass Offspring music video while he's having a conversation with someone who is an African American in the city where African Americans have the lowest possibility of lifting themselves out of poverty in the entire fucking country. This is the reason I don't fucking like Mr. Geek, right? He made a fucking, and I would be, in IRI's case, I would give him the benefit of the doubt and that he's just fucking stupid and just fires that shit off because he's really sensitive about it. And that's the way that he copes, right? But Mr. Geek knows Dylan. Dylan is from Maryland. So he knows that Baltimore has 3 times the lead of the entire fucking country. That Baltimore has a violence problem specifically related to the fucking lead poisoning problem. I know he knows this. So for him to make a lead poisoning joke to me, I want to meet Mr. Geek one day so I can shake his hand and look him in his eye. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Same with Dylan Burns. I want to meet him one day so I can look him in his eye and shake his hand. Speaking of Dylan Burns, CTV's back, y'all. I don't know if y'all noticed that. CTV's back. He's on Chaos Cast. Let's give a round of applause. That's Dylan's magnum opus, everyone. Dylan made CTV. That's Dylan's responsibility. That's Dylan's project. Dylan built up CTV. Y'all only know who CTV is because of Dylan. He only has a platform because of Dylan. That's him. That's on him. He did that. That's his magnum opus. That's what we're all going to remember him for. Dylan said he grew up in the county of Maryland with the most black people. He did. He used to flash that shit often. Of course he did. He grew up with black folk, and that's why he treats like the black folk that actually come on his program like children. And the most prominent woman of color on the platform is a literal Nazi sympathizer. And that's why he ended the shit, because Danabo tries to pull that goofy shit too, with I went through in the United Kingdom, blah, 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 blah. And I had to pull his goofy ass up too and say, look, motherfucker, my family didn't come to America looking for opportunity. Brother. Talorks. When is the charity to unfuck up IRI's face? Upon further review, I don't think there's enough money in the world for that. Big Lorix in a building. Shout out to Talorix. Get that man a follow if you aren't already. His content's fire. You know, fuck this. I'm done reading this. Let's go ahead and look at the links that Metal Chris sent me. Shout out to DC Metal Chris. So, what we were talking about Wednesday. You guys remember what we ended off on? We were talking about the strip searches on the streets, right? About how police officers would strip search people either to humiliate them or just to straight up sexually harass them. Before that, I read a little bit about the fact that the BPD's response to sexual assault cases was poor is not even the word. Non-existent is probably a better word. So this piece I'm going to read right here should hit you a little different, knowing that, you know, I'll just say the quote: "Men with power rape." Hold on, let me see. Who said that quote? I don't know. Anyway, we exist in rape culture. Men with power rape. This is just a fact. Men will use that power to... Content warning also as well. Sorry, I probably should have said that at the top of the stream. But we are getting into the gross part of the really fucking disgusting and revolting part of the police, because Comrade Frackle told you about the history and the origins of the police and how they function in the day-to-day. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the boots on the ground actually do, what an individual police officer might be thinking or acting upon as a man with power, the ultimate power, even the power to take another human's life, right? And thinking about it, I don't know if I really want to. I might just make that Patreon content. I don't think I'm going to read the interviews from the sex workers and stuff here. I don't think that will, I don't think that would be appropriate. But I don't even want to do Patreon because I don't want to fucking make money off that kind of shit. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not doing it here. I'll figure out a way and a time and a place to do it, though, because I feel like it should be out there. But I want to give a little bit more lead up and like warning and preparation and shit to it. YouTube might not be. I'm not worried about getting banned. I'm just worried about the shit being heavy. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking content shit. Well, I guess somebody was trying to spam shit, and my dog. I fucking love Posada Bot. Shout out to OG Prodigy, because that was on point. I saw that big ass wall of text for like a split second, and it disappeared. Anyway, so here's what we got. Palette cleansers, word. I'm gonna probably play Deadies after this. With the homies, because the homies are on the Deadies tonight. Do it. Be the chat room. Yeah. And we need to do... I'm going to say it here, so chat, hold me to it, because I know Bink always tells people to bully me into doing this, but we're going to do another link with Bink soon. It's going to happen soon, so I'm just checking my phone, make sure nobody's trying to fucking come in the house and shit again. Shout out to Mads also, even though he couldn't be here. This is I can't even show this meme on my phone because my phone is all cracked and fucked up because I'm poor and I can't afford a new phone. But anyway, all right. In 2014, Dothan, Alabama police officer Lanice Bonds pleaded guilty to having sex with a 16-year-old student from Dothan High School, where he worked as a school resource officer for over 6 years. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. So my dude was a school resource officer, smashed a 16-year-old girl in high school, in the high school that he was working at, and got a dime. Got a 10. You know what I'm saying? Got a 10 piece for it. Crazy, right? Depending on how old he is and blah, 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 he might only see like 3.5 years of that. You know what I mean? And he might not even see all that. But anyway. 3 years later, at the same school, another resource officer, Adrian Fulmar, was arrested for engaging in a sex act with a 17-year-old student. As investigations progressed, another victim was found, and this time she was 14 years old. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Bonds and Fulmar appear to be part of a wider pattern of school resource officers being removed from their positions due to sexual misconduct. In late 2021, an anonymous source reached out to Dame with data collected from local news reports. Within that data alone, which Dame fact-checked, at least 440 school children have been sexually abused by school police at their school in the last 20 years. Now, mind you, what is the thing that conservatives are trying to tell you about teachers right now? What word are they using to describe people like Keffels? Every accusation is an admission. Every single one. Yep. Every accusation is an admission. Shout out to Keffels doing the Lord's fucking work on this bitch, because I'd know for damn sure I wouldn't have that much energy doing this shit. This shit's crazy. Y'all got me ready to fucking buy flights out to houses, like, sometimes. What up, Universal Discourse? Okay, so we're covering this piece right now, and then in like 5-10 minutes, probably after I finish reading this, we're going to get to the report, because I've been getting distracted. The ADHD tag is in my description because, obviously. No, Keffels isn't here. Keffels doesn't interact with me really like that. I would love to fucking chop it up with Keffels, but we just haven't interacted yet. I guess I'm not on her radar yet. Anyway, finish up the blueberries, fucking Faygo, and crack the kiwi strawberry Zona. I'm saying the kiwi strawberry. Special focus. If I had to talk to Keffels about anything, it's cool. Yeah, my keyboard's kind of fucked too. I feel it. But if I had to talk to Keffels about anything, I would want to talk to her just about the intersection of the treatment that trans people and black people have received on the platform, on Twitch. And maybe through that we can get into, our experiences like hippy dippy and stuff. But I'm you know me. I'm here primarily to learn. All of my shit that I've ever done is very hella minor. You know what I mean? I support Food Not Bombs and that type of shit, but like if I dropped off the face of the earth tomorrow, the impact that my community would have from that would, I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to overstate my position in terms of my advocacy and the stuff that I do in my community. You know what I mean? So in that respect, speaking to someone who's actually done shit with like political campaigns and raised over 200 fucking bands, and her having spoken to the people that she gets to speak to in her position, I would be interested more so in just sponging up all that experience and that wisdom. But I don't know. I'm pretty good at going back and forth. I'm learning to be a better interviewer and just like a better, like, because I'm already a pretty decent conversationalist, but only on topics that I'm very familiar with. And I'm still very much, because I'm cis, you know what I mean? Ostensibly, as far as anyone knows, I'm cis. So I'm still learning about like gender theory, gender issues, fucking. This is why I thought I support people like Malcolm too, because and shout out to Catboy Collector, because there's really just not that many trans mask people on the platform either. You know what I mean? And that's experiences. There's not that many, like, I want to follow like black trans mask people, like the black trans people, fucking black women. Like, I feel like we would be doing a disservice to ourselves if we didn't all link for the purposes of learning from one another, but beyond that, to actually organize and build coalitions with each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'd be down to be Coach Universal Discourse. But I'm getting sidetracked again. Let me finish this news piece here, and then we can get into back into the DOJ report. After consulting experts in the field and assessing the accuracy of the small sample size, Dame concludes that incidences of police sexual misconduct in schools are likely underreported. Because of course they are. Are you going to tell on the fucking school cop the power that they wield? GUS member? We can talk about that. I'll reach out to you. Thank you, Globus. I appreciate you. Thanks for being so supportive and always coming through and showing love. I appreciate you. This data reveals the abuses of power police are capable of in an educational setting, despite arguments that police make kids in schools safer by Republican elected officials like Senator Ted Cruz. While the reality of school shootings calls for action and new policy, current policies to place police in schools raise questions about accountability, access to victims, and power dynamics between children and state authorities. The numbers cited above indicate that there is widespread systemic abuse of power by police in schools, thus disputing the idea that police make children in schools safer. And who was it? I think I was complaining about someone in fucking Stardust chat during her second interview with Richard Spencer about how they were just straight up spreading fucking conspiracy theories about how rampant sexual abuse is of students in schools. And, you know, I guess that wasn't a conspiracy theory, except he was talking about liberal teachers, and it's actually just the police officers. It's actually just the resource police officers who, like, literally cannot stop fucking children, right? Yo, Universal Discourse, feel free to drop your Discord link in chat, because I feel like a lot of people are interested in that. Both Bonds and Fulmar were charged with the same Class B felony in Alabama, a school employee having sexual contact with a student under the age of 19 years. In the case of Bonds, this charge was disputed with the claim that the offending resource officer was not a school employee. Rather, he was employed by the city of Dothan as a police officer and was paid by the city. So he didn't even deny it. He fucked the kid. He was just like, nah, I'm a city fucking employee, not a school employee. According to court documents, Bonds presented a memo from the Dothan chief of police that states that resource officers are obligated to the chain of command of the Dothan Police Department and not to the administration of the schools to which they are assigned. Though Bonds' appeal failed and he ultimately pleaded guilty, his defense demonstrates one of the problems with stationing police officers in schools. Though this varies state by state and county by county, SROs are generally accountable to the police station and the city they work for rather than the school. Andrea J. Ritchie, a police misconduct attorney and an organizer whose writing, litigation, and advocacy have focused on the policing and criminalization of women of color, explains that, I'm going to have to remember her. Bink, you heard that? Andrea J. Ritchie, that sounds based as fuck. The criminalization of women of color? That's sounds like some heat. Sounds like something I would be interested in. Because that was low-key that was the whole reason that salvaged the conversation between me and Mythic Politics was him identifying as an illegalist and us just rapping about black people existing. Basically, being black is fucking illegal. Let's keep it 1,000. Being black is against the law. And that might sound crazy until you realize that literally in the report that I'm about to fucking read, the top brass in the police department were just straight up telling the cops to go into the black neighborhoods and lock up black kids. Black girls get put in jail just as much as black boys? Oh yeah. Especially young black girls. They're just more likely to get assaulted. Oh yeah. And there's the forced sterilization. It's you know what? Let's make that the next link with Bink. You want that to be the next link with Bink? Is that what you want to? Because I'm trying to get into that. Let's get into that. Bet? Okay, bet. That's going to be the next link with Bink. Let's do that. Let's do that Wednesday. Bet? Because I got to do Mortal Mondays on Monday. That can be our video essay collab. With it. Oh yeah. Let's do Wednesday just to like throw ideas out there. You know what I mean? We can do how I'm imagining this playing out is Wednesday we go live, do the link with Bink, and we just fucking throw statistics and figures and like facts and shit out there, and just have just the free form discussion Wednesday, and then we can transform and focus a lot of those thoughts and move that into a direction for like an essay or something. Or we could just write the essay live together. Either or. But let's do that Wednesday. Monday's Mortal Kombat, of course, and then Wednesday's going to be the link with Bink. Talking about the criminality of black people. All right, let's finish up this this police shit then, so we can get to the deadies. Generally speaking, in my experience, school resource officers are under the control of the police department and not under the control of the school, Richie says. In one case in New York City, the principal intervened in incidents involving the police and a student, and the principal got arrested. So it's really clear in those instances who's in charge. It's the cop and the police department, so they're accountable to nobody. That's so fucking nuts. Imagine you're watching the SRO, you're watching the school resource officer fucking like fist fight another student, one of your classmates, and the principal tries to intervene and gets arrested. Isn't that fucking wild? Based principal? Yes. Based. The hiring of resource police officers in schools started in the 1950s. I wonder why that was. I wonder what else happened in the 1950s. But the practice only became widespread in the 1990s. The presence of SROs in education establishments has been widely credited to the 1999 Columbine shooting, supported by the idea that officers in schools are able to protect students from an active shooter as school shootings become more commonplace. We all know that's bullshit. If any of you have seen the Uvalde stuff, after school shootings, it is routine for Republican politicians to demand armed cops be stationed in schools, claiming this will make children safer. However, according to a report by Learning for Justice, zero-tolerance policies spurred SRO programs in schools in the 1980s in response to the perceived threat that school-based crime was on the rise. As a result, and with the context of the war on drugs gaining media space at the time, surveillance, metal detectors, and other security measures increased in public schools, paving the way for the SRO programs. In 2017, police officers were present in at least half of schools nationwide. SROs literally are the biggest fucking cowards. That's why they fuck kids, first of all. But second of all, they're literally there because it's a nice cushy job for you to have until you retire or whatever. Or you can retire and do that job. Because all you have to do is fucking eat donuts in the morning and stand in the hallway between classes. That's literally it. And even if a fucking school shooting pops off, you can just dip. You can just get fucking loose. And no one will question that at all. There isn't much research about police sexual misconduct in schools, but some scholars have tried to make sense of the issue. F. Chris Curran writes that SROs are rarely arrested, but when they are, it's usually because of sexual misconduct. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What kind? Oh my God. According to 2017 research by Philip Stinson and Adam N. Watkins, using the 48 search terms developed by Stinson on Google News Alerts, there were 32 arrests of school resource officers between 2005 and 2011 for sexual misconduct. Over half of these incidents occurred with students in the officers' own schools. A study commissioned by the U.S. Department of Education revealed that out more than 30,000 public schools that had police present during this period, there were fewer than 5 arrests of school resource officers per year for sexual misconduct. Stinson and Watkins' study also emphasizes that police officers tend to not arrest other officers, often ignoring minor transgressions by their colleagues, whereas regular citizens doing similar transgressions will be arrested for their crimes. The data obtained by Dame suggests the number of sexual misconduct by SROs cases is much greater. Yo, what up, Beer Bash? And fuck 12? Fuck 12? Richie says data like this is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Of course. According to the author and researcher who has written a book about police violence against black girls and trans folks, we are only able to access around 25% of police sexual misconduct cases in schools because of a gap in research around gender-based violence experienced by black, brown, indigenous, queer, and trans young people. Because of course. Because of fucking course. 3/4 of rapes aren't reported. Imagine how much higher that number is when the person that sexually assaulted you is the person you're supposed to report it to, Richie said. I want to emphasize just how routine and mundane this is. This is so fucking disgusting, dog. This is like... What do you even do? What can you do? Yeah, I'm down for that, Beer Bash. I'm down for that. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna read this shit first, and then you can hop MVC if you want. Sorry, I was just opening my Discord and making it. You got a link to... Yeah, so this... What I'm reading right now is actually a report on how school resource officers literally cannot stop fucking children in the schools that they're supposed to be protecting. That's that. Shout out to DC Metal Chris because he sent that to me. Since 1975, the number of police in schools has risen from 1% to 48%, according to a 2021 study by the American Civil Liberties Union. of Washington. This rise is largely connected to the increase in school shootings in the last 3 decades, and nationally, the federal government has invested more than $1 billion to subsidize the placement of police in schools, resulting in more than 46,000 SROs patrolling hallways, according to the same study. Despite federal efforts to make schools safer, the evidence that SROs stop school shootings is scarce, because they don't, and we know this. But research shows that an increase in arrests in schools is directly correlated to the presence of SROs. Imagine that. Where there's cops, there's crime. Where there's crime, there's people to arrest. The arrest rates for schools with SROs were 3.5 times the rate of those without SROs. And in some states, the arrest rates are as much as 8 times the rate of schools without, which advocates say fuels the school to prison pipeline. Which, of course, Michael A. Wood Jr. said, if you're trying to get statistics, you just pull people up. And you have this captive population of kids that have really legally no rights. Children aren't even people legally, right? They're wards of whatever guardian they have. We try to cover the realities, and people don't realize how traumatizing it is for us to try to be present, to present this to the public. Same with indigenous issues. Yes, and it's the same thing whenever I try to talk, this entire fucking topic of police brutality. Do you understand how fucking infuriating it is when I cover a story about yet another black man cut down in the prime of his fucking life because police decided to absolutely fucking ventilate his shit with Glock fucking 43s? And to have that get commented on YouTube with snake emojis because Dylan Burns was in his fucking fifis about people not liking him. It's fucking infuriating. And then people expect us to go on these fucking bullshit panels with people like fucking Big Papa Fascist, politically provoked Brit, right? All these fucking disgusting fucking people completely fucking devoid of anything resembling a decent or original thought, right? Experiencing all those fucking micro and macro aggressions in conversation with people who don't think we're real at best and actively just fucking hate us and want us dead at worst, right? Just so that y'all can be fucking entertained. Blood sport. Right? It's fun and games for them because they have all the power and the privilege, right? But we die behind this shit every fucking day, and nobody in the audience appreciates that shit. We go on to panels as a token colored voice. They just egg us on for views and subs. Yes. Where's Sansol? Being a bitch ass nigga. He asked if I was streaming. He figured, nah, he's on Chaos Cast. You know he only cares about clout. He don't give a fuck about anything real. He's fucking goofy. He's going to be on Chaos Cast. Then he's going to come in here on fucking... He's goofy for asking... First of all, he's goofing for asking if I'm going to be streaming tonight. Because he knows I'm streaming tonight. As I've said a million fucking times... My schedule is literally in my bio. You're my mod, so you actually yourself know that I've had the same streaming schedule for the last 3 fucking years, right? So he knows what he's doing. He's trying to craft a fucking narrative because he's a coward. He has to act like he knows the ball is in his court. It's always been in his court, right? If the grocery store exists for you to go and get food, do you need to call the grocery store to make sure that it's open? Do you need to call the grocery store and set up an appointment to pick up some milk and eggs 2 weeks ahead of time? No, you go in there, you get the shit, and you go out. That's how my shit works. I have an open door policy for my voice channel. You literally, how it works is, how I would imagine it working, is the same way it works for every fucking body else. Chud Logic, whoever. You say in stream chat, hey, I'm here. Bring me into the voice channel. And then I do that. And then we talk. And that's how this works. I'm not going to go out of my fucking way to give you people free content so that you can pump your fucking views to all your bots and Nazis for a week. You still can't believe people are still letting Sansal come on their show after he literally put your child in. I didn't know about that. You're gonna have to you might have to elaborate on that. But I feel like Sansal is pretty widely recognized as a fucking joke now. That's why his views are so poor and why he has the botnet so hard. And that's why he's on Chaos Cast right now. It's because he's like 6 months and one solid meme away from streaming on Cozy. Just like Stardust. Right? Just like CTV. They can be with their daddy, their number one parasocial daddy, Destiny, and follow his blueprint and get banned on the largest streaming platform, and then stream with a bunch of fucking bots and Nazis for no viewers, no prestige, and no, most importantly to them, no bag, no ad revenue, no subscription revenue. Sansal is too small for Cozy? That's gotta suck. Imagine being too small for Cozy. He could probably botnet up and, well, I mean, I guess the Nazis are the ones giving him the bot, so they probably know he's bot viewing or view botting. Imagine being Sansal. I can't. My beard's not that sticky. I don't have enough beard, first of all. I'm a very effeminate man. You know what I mean? You can see I have no chest hair or nothing. Like, I don't, like that. Like, I might get banned for not blurring my nipples out there. You know what I mean? That's how soft and supple and effeminate my body is. Other than the fact that I'm, like, built like a fucking, like, sumo wrestler in terms of muscle density and just, like, fat concentration. But, yeah, I'm smooth as a baby's ass. Indians are just like that. See, and I didn't want to say that because they used to sit, like, the black people in my life used to say that I couldn't grow a beard, I had soft features, high cheekbones, and I had immune to poison ivy because I'm an Indian. I'm part Indian, right? And I was like, that is some like eugenics type shit. I don't know if I'm vibing with that, but I keep hearing it from indigenous people, so I'll take it, I guess. The gym and a bottle of creatine will take care of that. Like, I'm cut. You see me? I'm saying, like, I'm swole. I'm just smooth. You feel me? And I was checking out that derma roller shit. I used to not give a fuck about my beard, but I'm 32 now. I can't not have a beard. You feel me? I need a beard. I'm in my 30s. So I was thinking about getting that derma roller shit to get the blood flow and shit and to get the collagen going in my cheeks to make my hair follicle stuff maybe a little bit more dense. Because my beard is like... I'm getting distracted again. We'll do this really quick, and I promise. My beard is hella patchy. You see? I was trying to brush it in the car earlier today to at least get all the hairs in the same direction. Like, my mustache is I feel like tight, and just like this little chin like part right here I feel like is good. But like my like beard, it's not really. Yeah, the derma roller. Check the tweet you linked. Yeah. If you want to come and talk to me about it, for sure, because I'm going to be in voice chat. I have open door policy with voice chat, so if you want to talk about it later, I'm going to be VCing with Beer Bash. But let me, for now, open that tweet thread. But yeah, distractions. All right. Does that shit really work? That's what I'm told through the magic of YouTube, is that the derma rollers, like little needles, they poke holes, like microscopic holes in your skin that trigger like your immune system to like, it sends more blood flow there and it makes more collagen production, and that makes the hair follicles thicker. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be reading this for a hot minute, maybe like the next 15 to 20 minutes, Beer Bash. But yeah, if you want to hop in waiting, I'm not gonna hop in there just yet because I wanna finish. I wanna tie a bow on this, and then we can talk shit on the police. Yeah, Tegma. I mean, a derma roller is like $10, so I mean, if it doesn't work, you're only out $10. The other thing I'm trying to do is be more patient with my beard, because that's the other thing I was told is that beard hair is different from like other body hair, and that it doesn't all grow at the same rate at the same time. So if you really want to see what your beard is like, you got to wait at least like 3 or 4 to 5 months to see if like to see essentially how the density of your follicles in your face are. Yeah, SROs have harmed like 10 times the people they've helped in schools. Facts. Ball hair, got plenty of that. Yeah. Them neck hairs be growing fast as fuck. True. I hate my neck beard is so fucking scruffy. I don't like this shit. My booty hole hairs too. Anyway, I'm gonna finish reading this because we're getting a little into the weeds now, into the hairs. Richie created a searchable database recording cases of police violence against women of color to make this kinds of violence visible. According to her database, 20% of reported police violence against women of color involved sexual violence. That's so fucking ridiculous, dude. But there aren't similar numbers to demonstrate the breadth of the problem for girls of color in educational settings specifically. There's just not that much attention to sexual violence that young people are experiencing, Richie said, particularly if they're black, brown, and indigenous. And then again, police sexual violence is not something that people want to think about if they are thinking about cops as the way to make schools safer. Of course not. None of these people are too busy talking about how the teachers are groomers because they want to fly pride flags and teach CRT, right? But the cops that are literally in there fucking their kids, nah, we can't think about that about them because they got a gun and they're the good guys with the guns. So they're going to stop the bad guys with the guns, even though that has never happened, ever. Oh, coincidentally, in the wake of the Uvalde shooting in Texas, it's easy to demand the placement of armed police in schools for the protection of children who should have the simple privilege of going to school safely. However, Uvalde is the latest example of how authorities work to police civilians rather than protect them. After failing to stop the shooter from getting inside the school, ICE was called to the scene. Though federal immigration officials have declared undocumented parents won't be detained, the possibility of detainment and deportation during such a tragedy is unhelpful and terrifying. Can you just imagine? You've overstayed your work visa or whatever. You have like a dreamer. Your kid's getting DACA money and shit, going to school off DACA, whatever. And there's a shooting at the school. You have no idea if your kid's fucking dead or alive because the police aren't stopping him, are just letting him unload his fucking clips for 30 minutes standing outside, right? And while you're waiting to figure out if the fruit of your loin, your seed, the one thing you care about in the world, is alive or dead, you see ICE fucking pull up, ready to haul your ass back off across the border, right? What up, Selassie? I don't know if I acknowledged you already, but what up, Selassie? School shootings are, unfortunately, a reality that Americans must face. However, the suggestion of placing police in schools and the power police have over children, particularly those of color, should be thoroughly questioned. In Dothan High School, where 2 SROs were removed from their positions for sexual misconduct in 2014 and 2018, another pattern can be observed. So you could have gone to school, you could have been a freshman, watched the SRO get fired and arrested for fucking one of your classmates, and then the year you graduated, watch the SRO then get fired and arrested for fucking one of your classmates. While removal of officers is possible, there isn't a system or a reporting mechanism that prevents new SROs from committing new cases of sexual misconduct. For Richie, after 20 years of advocacy against police violence against women and girls, the only solution is to take cops out of schools. Yo, Joe Jorgensen, ACAB. The only way to even stop police violence is to get cops out of a situation or take their power away, she says. Policing has no place in school or in a learning environment where it's a space to cherish and support young people, a place for exploring, growth, learning, creativity, and learning to be in relationship with each other in a healthy, safe, and transformative way. And that's all facts. People don't just want to let kids be kids, right? The whole point of being a kid is making mistakes and figuring yourself out and just fucking enjoying life, man. And we don't let so many kids just do that. So before we get into the nitty gritty of the BPD stuff, I got to show you all this too, because DC Mal Chris sent me this, and it was so fucking pathetic. I could not read it for you all. So apparently in the Lincoln County Police Department, they had to issue a public apology on the 16th. Oh, wait, no, never mind. This is fake. I just saw a satire page here. I don't know. I thought they arrested someone for using a $20 bill and the cop didn't know that, or excuse me, $2 bills, and the cop didn't know $2 bills existed. Anyway, let's read this fucking Jones. BPD like DSM diagnosis bad? Nah. I would take being diagnosed with BPD any day over the actual Baltimore Police Department. Let me towel my forehead off really quick before I get super into this too. I got the signature endless towel. BPD is a very real thing. Oh yeah, it's super real. Super real. So let's do, we left off page like 64, I think. Was it? Yep, we did. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, we're getting into the wild shit now. All right. Sansol probably buy it. He don't have enough money for it. He spends too much of his money on view bots. Sweat saw. No, it's not sticky enough. I would have to like fucking, I don't know. You know what? To make it valuable to him, I'll spill the rest of this Arizona on it and leave it out in the sun until it turns rock fucking hard and sticky, and then I'll send it to him. He'll buy it for $1,000 then, so he can fucking rub it on his beard. Fuck Sansol. Motherfucker's goofy, playing games. And I'm gonna keep doing that shit because I know he's got people in here watching me, reporting to him and shit. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic fucking behavior. Alright, let's read, he got choked up. I didn't even see that. That shit's mad funny. Papa John Pig 1312. Hey, it's fuck 12. Can I get some ACABs in chat real quick? Just real quick. Just one time for the one time. Just so I know that we're all on the same time. We're all on the same page. Just ACABs all day. Here, I'll set it. Let me start it off for y'all. Oh, no, Tegma said it. Let's go. All right. 1312, you know it. My area code is 13. Well, my phone's area code is 1312. The area code here is 410, but my phone has a 312 number. I'm not doxing myself, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, I like doing that because motherfuckers tried to shame me for getting chat ACABs on Twitter. I posted a screenshot of all the ACABs in my chat because it's based as fuck. And motherfuckers are like quote tweeting me like, LMAO, he's proud of this. I'm like, hell yeah. Because I'm not a fucking bootlicker. We literally just read a report about how the cops, when they get put in schools as SROs, they literally cannot stop fucking children. Right? But, you know, they're just bad apples, I guess. The bad apples who paradoxically don't spoil the whole bunch. We already read this. Statements exhibiting bias against African Americans. Oh, so this is where we get into the really fucked up stuff. Trigger warning for slurs, I guess. Of course, obviously, we're talking about racial bias. God damn, dude. I forgot about this part. All right. Indeed, BPD's internal affairs records contain only one complaint that officers categorized as a racial slur allegation in the 6 years of data we examined. Our interviews with hundreds of Baltimore residents, along with other complaints we have received from the Baltimore community, demonstrate that this number is implausibly low. Because of this, we manually reviewed the narrative descriptions of a subset of the complaints that were not classified as alleging racial bias, and we identified more than 100 examples of officers allegedly using racial epithets, slurs, and making threats when interacting with African Americans in that subset. Indeed, we found 60 separate allegations between 2010 and 2016 that officers used the word nigger that were not classified as complaints alleging use of racial slurs or other racial bias. So you could literally just straight say the N-word, right? And the person you are arresting can complain about it and they won't even file it as like a racial issue. As explained further below, BPD misclassifies and fails to investigate complaints of racial slurs and racial bias, allowing a culture of bias against African Americans to persist. Several examples highlight the types of statements we found that exhibit bias towards African Americans. The city paid $95,000, that's 95 bands, of taxpayer money. We had to pay 95 racks in 2012 to settle a lawsuit brought by an 87-year-old African-American grandmother who alleged that she was shoved against a wall after she refused to allow an officer to enter her basement to conduct a warrantless search. After shoving the woman to the floor, the officer allegedly stood over her and said, "Bitch, you ain't no better than any of the other old black bitches I have locked up." "87-year-old woman, bro." In 2014, a middle-aged African-American man alleged that a sergeant in southeast Baltimore stopped him near Patterson Park and strip-searched him in public. When the man protested and said he would contact a lawyer, the sergeant allegedly told him, quote, "Get your nigger ass out of here," end quote. BPD found the complaint not sustained without interviewing any of the involved parties. Of course, universal discourse. One Baltimore firefighter and an emergency medical technician told us that prior to a march led by a prominent African-American pastor in 2015, a BPD officer told the firefighters they're going marching and there's going to be a problem. what y'all should do is turn them hoses on them. Wow. Wow. In 2013, and they actually ended up doing that, just so you guys know. But anyway, in 2013, a white male BPD officer made a racially charged threat to an African-American teenager while booking the youth into Baltimore's juvenile facility on a failure to appear charge. And it's this point that I should remind everyone, if you haven't heard it already, my experience with the BPD. In a similar situation, I was arrested for a failure to appear, and a BPD officer made a rape threat towards me. It was a Baltimore County Police Department officer when I was coming out of the Wilkins Avenue precinct, getting transported to Towson. And when they dropped us off at Towson, the officer who was driving us told me that I need to just remember how we talked about earlier about I have soft features and I had long hair. At the time, I had a full head of dreadlocks. I had really long hair. I was a little bit skinnier than I am now. And the officer straight told me that I need to just chill in the corner, not talk to anyone, do something, because I'm too pretty for jail, and they're going to do something to me when I get in there. This is an officer telling me this. Well, I'm still handcuffed. I still have my ankle irons on. I'm hitting the penguin walk through processing so they can fucking get my picture and all that shit. Yeah. And yes, the hose is a dapple. I knew someone who was a Standing Rock. The incident stemmed from an argument about George Zimmerman, who had been acquitted of murdering Trayvon Martin 4 days earlier. In response to the teenager referring to the officers present as Zimmermans, a white officer threatened the juvenile by referring to the outfit Martin wore at the time he was killed. "Put a hoodie on and come to my neighborhood, you will see." The officer also threatened the youth by stating, "If you come to my neighborhood, I'll throw you in the water and feed you to the crabs. I will then let the crabs get fat off you and then sell them to your family." Whoa. Whoa, dude. Fam. Let somebody say some shit like this to me is all I'm saying. What was my alleged charge? It was all traffic shit. It was all traffic shit. I feel you, Rain Cloud. And I would not report you. But oh yeah, that's how I got clapped, Lady Raincloud. People fucking mass reported me and got my channel banned for a day because I had a Mortal Kombat clip of this dude that called me the F slur after I beat him, and because I wasn't performatively outraged enough at someone else calling me a homophobic slur, I got banned for a day. They hate watch everyone. That's their move. That's the only card they have to pull. Because they can't see us in the one-on-one. They can't see us in a conversation. So they got to try to bully us off the platform. And we're all strong people. We're people of color. We're queer people. We're women. We're fucking trans people. We are so much stronger than fucking, at least, and I'm not going to say all of us, because it does affect you. And if it does, then you're not weak or anything like that. But a lot of us, our constitutions are much higher. We have a higher tolerance, I'll say, I guess, for that type of shit. So we can't be bullied off the platform. You can't silence us that way. Because they do that with a lot of people, right? People like Merrick DeVille, they'll fucking hate raid and shit all day, right? But when they can't do that to us, well, then they just fucking sit and wait for us to they sit on the edge of their fucking seats sweating, waiting for us to accidentally show a slur on screen or anything like that so they can clip it, mass report it, and get our shit banned and get us the fuck out of there. Because that's the only way they can win. Tegma, the whole hot mic video, the video that Dylan Burns did on me, he only knew about that because one of Sansol's goons sent that to him too. I didn't even know about the shit. Obviously. I feel universal discourse. When BPD investigated the incident, the officer admitted to talking about the crabs and throwing him in the river, but claimed to internal affairs investigators that he could not recall whether he made the remark about the hoodie. BPD sustained a complaint against the officer for misconduct and making an inappropriate comment, but the investigative file contains no record of discipline. The officer remains employed at BPD. I don't know if he's still there because this report came out in 2016, but yeah, this dude threatened a fucking black teenager. Told this black teenager, I'm gonna throw you in the water, feed you the crabs. Then after the crabs get fed off, you're gonna sell the crabs to your family. Right? Straight said that to a fucking teenager, to a child. And they're like, well, these things happen. You know what I mean? What a wascally wabbit. Something's always wrong with their memory. Facts. Twitch is their hobby. That's... What else could you call that? What else would you call what Sansol does? My man's dropping bread for fake ass viewers. That's his hobby. You know what I'm saying? I pay bread for Gumplas to build, for Gundam models to snap together. I pay $50 sometimes for them shits. You know what I mean? For no reason other than my personal enjoyment. And that's his hobby. What up, Fett? This is Sansol's hobby. My man spends bread on fake ass viewers dealing with people like Samantha Banana so that he can feel important and talk on the mic and try to get fucking famous or whatever, I guess. At least my hobby doesn't also include harassment. Yeah. I mean, that's always the favorite pastime of goofy ass entitled white boys, is swinging down on fucking minorities. Gundam is dope. I love Gundam, specifically Gundam Wing. I don't have any Gundams here to show you guys, unfortunately. Left those all at my mom's place. But I will have them here soon. I have to get my bookcase to bring here. I have to get my Gundams to bring here. I gotta bring them. Samantha hates all of us. Fuck Samantha Banana. She's a ban-evading fucking Nazi piece of shit. Gundam 00 is cool. You've never seen Gundam? Gundam is dope. We gotta watch Gundam. We gotta watch Gundam in Discord or something. Checky. What up, Rain Cloud? Let me look at that. Ooh, whose shelf porn is this? Is this your shelf? God damn. This is nice. I see that 0 off to the side. I see that Wing 0 off to the side. I see that golf. That golf Crimson custom is insane, bro. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. My collection right now. So, full disclosure, I started building model kits, and I might be aging myself here. Just as we're going to take a little detour, because I kind of need a break from reading this shit. I'm not going to hold you. So, I started building model kits when I was like 8 or 9, before I started playing guitar, before I started playing music when I was 11. But I was a savage. I would just pop them shits out the runner with my bare hands and snap them together. I can't even tell you how many fucking V-fins I broke in half trying to snap them shits out of the runners with my thumbs. But I loved it as a fucking ADHD kid. It was just the perfect stim. You know what I mean? Perfect. It was so much. It was equally as rewarding to me as video games as a kid. So I had a fucking entire storage container. Had every mobile suit from Gundam Wing, from Endless Waltz, And then once I had every mobile suit, including the mass-produced mobile suits from Gundam Wing and Endless Waltz, then I started getting the G Gundam suits, right? I had easily like 30, 40 kits. All HG, except for I had a master grade Epion, which I later learned is worth like $200 now. So I wish I would have kept that, but all that shit got thrown away when we lost the house I grew up in. When I stopped drinking with my former partner and one of my best friends, we stopped drinking together, and I kind of had like a hole, a void in my life that needed to fill, and wanted to distract myself from the urge to drink. And so I just remember, it was one of those things I remembered from my childhood, one of those like faint glowing memories that I wanted to recapture, and had just talked about it in passing. But my partner, she was really receptive to that and got me my first kit, because she was also into Gundam Unicorn, and we talked about kits and stuff. But for Christmas that year, she got me my first kit as an adult that I also snapped together with my bare hands. But then I got into using, snips and sanding and painting them and posing them and taking pictures and all that stuff. I'm pretty deep in the game now. I haven't done it in a while because I haven't had the motivation, but yeah. What up, Cagnadian? Am I out of focus? Okay. All right. Back to this fucking shit. In a complaint from August 2011, an African-American man alleged that during a vehicle stop, an officer warned a second officer to be careful because the occupants of the car might do voodoo on you. An apparent reference to their heritage and accents. A second officer made monkey noises throughout the encounter. BPD closed the complaint without making an investigative finding. Oh my fucking god, dude. I know Bink will be pissed as fuck, dog. An African-American man told us that while out walking in April 2015, officers stopped him, accused him of looting, and called him a, quote, low-life nigger, end quote. The use of racial slurs and other racially charged statements described above, as well as others we uncovered during our investigation, typically occurred while officers were conducting stops or searches of African Americans. This is consistent with the areas in which we found large statistical disparities in BPD's enforcement. So BPD misclassifies complaints of racial bias and fails to investigate racial bias allegations. BPD's has defective procedures for recording and classifying complaints of racial bias. Most notably, BPD supervisors affirmatively misclassify complaints of racial bias, precluding the department from investigating or tracking bias allegations. A commander at BPD's Internal Investigation Division told us BPD requires all complaints claiming officers used a racial epithet to be categorized as racial slur complaints, and BPD's disciplinary matrix makes clear that conduct relating to a person's race is a serious offense that may result in termination. Yet in nearly every case in which an officer allegedly used a racial slur, BPD's officials categorize the allegation merely as discourtesy or using inappropriate language. Because it's just a bad word. Yeah, I do the Bolsheviks podcast. For the complaints in which our manual... I guess this is Sansol making this, you know what I mean? The M word is just a bad word. It's not a racial slur. It's just a bad word. You know what I mean? It's just inappropriate language. But if you were to get mad, you're a sapphire, right? Yeah. It's ridiculous. Shout out to Sansol's punk ass, who could never be a fraction of the man that his uncle was. and is too much of a coward to even have a simple conversation with me. For the complaints in which our manual review found that BPD recorded allegations that officers used the word nigger, supervisors failed to classify the complaint as a racial slur or other allegation of racial bias 98% of the time. So yeah, it must be Sansol classifying this shit. Sansol would rather hang out with people like Lauren Souther? Yeah, that's why Samantha Banana is one of his mods. BPD similarly misclassified nearly all of the complaints we identified. Yo, what up, Brooklyn Rob? Oh my god. Thank you, Posadabot. Please, please be cool, Brooklyn Rob. Hold on, let me see. There's 4 moderators in here. Brooklyn Rob, you will get banned. Talk to me nice. Talk to my people in here nice. Be cool, or we'll get you the fuck out of here. Okay? I don't know what your deal is. What up, Lucky SOB? What's good, broski? And fuck the police. Fuck 12. But yes, Brooklyn Rob 800. Be cool, or you're going in the back of that fucking van. Anyway. BPD's practice of obscuring racial elements of misconduct impedes any significant disciplinary action, even in cases where an officer admitted to using a racial epithet. Several examples highlight this practice. In a case from 2010, an officer admitted that he said, "You know, you're acting like a real nigger right now," during an encounter with a young African-American male he had stopped for loitering. We all know what loitering means. They arrest literally everyone just standing on the fucking street for loitering. The officer's partner, who was African American, filed the complaint after witnessing the incident. The complaint was initially categorized as a racial slur complaint. Before issuing an investigative finding sustaining the allegation, however, the lead BPD investigator changed the categorization in BPD's internal affairs database from racial slur to inappropriate comments, profanity, or gestures to a departmental member. This change in classification, shortly before the allegation was sustained, indicates an intent to disguise and excuse the racial motivation for the enforcement action. Sansol was always a right-winger. That was his secret. He was just hiding his power level. He was just doing all that pro-trans shit to get Twitch famous, and then after he didn't, he got mad and put it away, and now he fucks with Samantha Banana. Haven't engaged with him in a year and a half. Oh yeah, so people like that. I had no clue who he was before this year, but people like that are not. I just like people like CTV. There's not a goddamn thing unique about Sansol. There ain't shit different about Sansol. I went to high school. There was 30 Sansols in my high school graduating class. I know his type. Sansol straight up also ran defense for Amazon when the company forced people to work during a goddamn tornado. Stop. He didn't do that. Did he? Did he really do that? And I'll also need for someone to confirm whether or not CTV blew up his Discord so I'd know how much pack to smoke tonight. $100% bet. Let's smoke some CTV pack right now then. Fuck CTV. Damn. I'm about to be high as fuck off CTV's Discord. CTV was live on Chaos Cast tonight. CTV posted a swastika on Twitter. Yeah, he did do that. I shared it in Hippy Dippy. I spammed that. I got timed out from CTV's first Hippy Dippy panel back after that because I was spamming it in chat. What up, Celestia? And yes, see, at least from the screenshot I saw, CTV was on Chaos Cast tonight. Yes. He's also trying to salvage his viewership after his cash cow decided to fuck their money up in other ways. Yeah, they tried to say that I was it was literally a screenshot of CTV's tweet that I was spamming in chat, and motherfuckers were trying to say that I was the one spamming the swastika and that I was the Nazi. Can you imagine being so fucking parasocially relationship poisoned that you can't even see the entire screen that you're looking at? You can't even see the whole screen you're looking at? You see a swastika, like a fucking eighth of an inch above that is CTV's face and name, and you're like, I can't believe Endless would post these swastikas like this. I appreciate you, Universal Discourse. Willfully dishonest because they wanted to defend CTV? Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Dylan Burns and people from his community would intentionally lie about things just so they could defend people that they think make them money through views? Are you serious? Because that sounds kind of snaky. And I don't associate with snakes. That sounds like something that a person who would leave their editor and host completely out of their manifesto and their thank you note on their platform. That sounds like snake behavior to me. That's not something I would do. Imagine having your editor host and literally, like, not just host as in, like, moderate the panels, but literally host as in the videos live on their YouTube channel. Imagine having an editor like that does it all for you. And then when you edit the program that he does and runs and write your long ass, like 5-6 paragraph thank you note for it, you don't mention him in it a single fucking time. Snake behavior. Other aspects of the investigation are equally troubling. The detective who downgraded the complaint also expanded his review of the incident to investigate the officer who reported the racial slur for neglect of duty, ostensibly based on the officer's failure to provide the African-American man with a citizen contact receipt. So basically, what happened is, Mr. Geek, the French one, he's probably sucking on a baguette right now. He's got cigarette ash, frog's legs, and escargot sprinkled on top of a baguette. He's sucking the shit off that fucking baguette right now. He's sucking the shit out that baguette. Anyway, so basically what happened here is this officer pulled up a black kid on the street with his black partner, told the black kid, you're acting like a real nigger right now. His black partner reported him for saying the N-word. And when it got to IEA, instead of categorizing it as a racial slur, they downgraded it to inappropriate comments and then investigated the black man the black officer who filed the report in retaliation, because that's how this works. That's how the police operate. He just does editing professionally? No, he moderates the panels. He might not still do it. He moderated both of the recruitment panels that I was on. And the recruitment show lived on his YouTube channel. This Mr. Geek was not an insignificant part of Hippy Dippy. So the fact that he gets completely left out of the fucking the Crybaby manifesto is astounding to me. He worshipped Dylan. Oh, you hate to see it. Remember how excited he was in that hot mic video to call me a snake and shit too? Remember how he said he was so glad it was happening? Betrayal is a bitch, isn't it? Geek defends his boss for free? Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Top 10 worst anime betrayals. Well, get him a bottle of cognac and a fresh baguette. He'll be all right. Fuck that nigga. Anyway. We are concerned that the expanded investigation may have been done in retaliation for reporting a fellow officer's racial bias. Despite the complaint's clear misclassification and violation of department policy, BPD supervisors signed off throughout the chain of command. That's wild. And it's crazy because they would have had to read the N-word in that report and been like, this is misclassified, but I'm going to run this through anyway. Thank you, Universal Discourse. I didn't know you were alive. That's wild. Thanks for hanging out. You're literally streaming and you're in here. That's crazy. I appreciate you. I mean, I just did the same shit with Ravana, but it is what it is. Dog, can I just ask what the fuck is up? Like, okay, so that's not CTV on Chaos Cast. I'm sorry. That's just another guy with ridiculous looking sunglasses. But, like, what is this? What is this? We have casual pedophilia apologia. Now we're talking about what animals we would fuck? What is this? And naturally, you got Officer Uncle Rhizome from the Raccoon City Police Department right here. Naturally. Yeah, he's on the Raccoon City Police Department. You didn't know? What are these topics? That shit. Every single one of the people on the bottom of that fucking screen, except for Ryzen, will be streaming on Cozy within 6 months. Oh my god, dude. This is getting... If I have any Muslims in the audience, this is going to get a little wild. In another incident from 2010, an African-American man stated that he witnessed officers use excessive force during an arrest and punch a 14-year-old boy who attempted to film the arrest on his phone. Of course. The African-American man recounted that the officers used the word nigger frequently and asked him if he takes it up the ass by Allah. When the man went to the district headquarters to report the misconduct, he was met by the same officers who told him, "What brings your black ass back here? And you can take your black ass down to Kirk Avenue before the bus leaves because you know how you black people like the bus." Despite the seriousness of the allegations and the fact that the complaint identified 2 witnesses, BPD never investigated the incident's alleged racial motivation. Instead, detectives categorized the allegations as misconduct, excessive force, and unwarranted action, and administratively closed the case without conducting a single interview. So that's fun. A 2011 complaint described an incident in which 2 white officers told an African American man who had double parked his car and was blocking the street to "move this car, nigger." The man was double parked in order to assist his aunt into her home in Northeast Baltimore and was not charged with any offense. The man's complaint, the one complaint BPD correctly categorized as a racial slur in the more than 6 years of data they examined, was assigned to be investigated at the command level and administratively closed 6 months later. The file BPD provided has no record of the investigation or any attempts to identify the officers involved. They are stupid, Rion Katre. BPD conducted a similarly inadequate investigation in a 2010 case that also alleged racial motivated misconduct. There, an African-American man alleged that while being held in a cell at the Southwest District, several officers called him a monkey and a nigger while beating him. The investigative file, which consisted solely of a few summary paragraphs about the incident, revealed that the investigating officer administratively closed the case without even reading a related incident report because it was locked in the report box at the time of my investigation. Wow. In another example, BPD failed to adequately investigate a complaint that an officer called an African American woman a black bitch. BPD never interviewed the officer accused of using the offensive term. Instead, he was asked only to complete a written questionnaire that omitted the racial component of the woman's allegation. The questionnaire asked whether the officer at any time called or referred to the woman as a bitch. BPD found the allegation not sustained based on the officer's written denial, because of course. The omission of the racial component of the woman's allegation indicates that BPD investigators intended to conceal the racial nature of the interaction and avoid determining whether the heightened discipline required for using a racial slur would be imposed. So we're going to get into Baltimore's history of residential segregation now. Even though Baltimore is 64% African American and 32% white, many neighborhoods have a much higher concentration of one racial group or the other. For example, the African American population exceeds 90% in East Baltimore, Pimlico, Arlington, Hilltop, Dorchester, Ashburton, Southern Park Heights, Greater Rosemont, Sandtown, Winchester, Harlem Park, and Greater Govans. It exceeds 75% in Waverly and Bel Air Edison. Waverly is where I'm familiar with, is where I spent a lot of time, is where I used to live. And I can tell you with authority that, yes, it is definitely over 75% black. At the same time, the white population of Greater Roland Park, Poplar, Medfield, Hamden, Woodbury, and South Baltimore exceeds 80%, and the white population of Cross Country, Cheswold, Mount Washington, Cold Spring, and North Baltimore, Guilford, Homeland exceeds 70%. City leadership encouraged and supported the segregation by passing the country's first block-by-block segregation ordinance, which made it a crime for African Americans to move to majority white blocks and vice versa. So white people couldn't even move to black blocks. At the time of the ordinance's enactment in 1910, the New York Times described it as the most pronounced Jim Crow measure on record, and noted that nothing like it can be found in any statute, book, or ordinance record of this country. Isn't that a thing? Isn't that a hell of a thing? The Supreme Court later struck down a similar ordinance in Buchanan versus Worley, but the effect in Baltimore was minimal. White property owners, with support from city leadership, continued to enforce the rule informally by requiring homeowners in certain white neighborhoods, like the affluent Roland Park area in North Baltimore, to sign covenants barring African Americans from owning or renting their property. The mayor directed city building and housing inspectors to institute a practice of citing for code violations anyone who rented or sold property to African Americans in those neighborhoods. The federal government also contributed to Baltimore's segregation by instituting policies that further isolated African Americans. During the Great Depression, the government's Homeowners Loan Corporation created maps of 239 cities, including Baltimore, to rate residential areas for market value and risk. Baltimore's neighborhoods with large African American populations were colored red on the map to signify HOLC's conclusion that these neighborhoods were hazardous, leading to the term redlining. After the Great Depression, the Federal Housing Administration carried on HOLC's legacy well into the 1960s. FHA promoted homeownership in white suburban neighborhoods and tolerated further redlining by private banks and insurance companies. Even now, your insurance, your car insurance is cheaper in Baltimore County than it is in Baltimore City. Just as a matter of course. The legacy of this government-sanctioned discrimination continues to impact the African American community in Baltimore today. The city remains highly segregated, and African American residents live disproportionately in neighborhoods with social and economic challenges. More than 100,000 African American residents live in poverty, constituting more than 3/4 of Baltimoreans who do so. BPD leadership is acutely aware of the challenges posed by this backdrop. Former Commissioner Batts explained that when he was appointed to lead BPD in 2012, it was like going back a little bit in time. It's about black and white racism in Baltimore. It's all the things you dealt with in the 1960s. Commissioner Davis has also recognized the challenges officers face in addressing racism and poverty, among other social problems. When cops hear that they have the burden to address racism and poverty in education and homelessness, I think cops misinterpret that message with, "How do you expect me to do that?" Recently, BPD has taken several commendable steps towards addressing these concerns, including issuing a fair and impartial policing policy and launching an educational program for officers that addresses some of the racial dynamics in the city's history. And clearly, in the year of our Lord and Science 2022, that meant fuck all. Because you still have people like Steve Angelini. You had the Gun Trace Task Force in the immediate aftermath of this investigation. It's just, the problem is the police itself. You can't fix rot. You have to cut it out. So this is the redlined map from 1937 that the Homeowners Loan Corporation made. And you can see this isn't quite as pronounced as it would end up being later or now. But you can see the black butterfly kind of starting to form there. And this area here, I feel like was due to either here or there was due to, so there was Bethlehem Steel, and that was kind of the That's another thing we can get into later. BPD uses unreasonable force. Thank you, Bink. Show Ducky? I'll show Ducky. What happened? What did I just do? Oh, there it is. Why is my YouTube behaving like this? Is my internet connection just now? Alright, here we go.
The whole picture of health means that
Oh my god, it's a fucking ad.
This is it. If you needed a sign to get a pet duck, this is it.
You are not around, slowly drifting away, wave after wave.
If you needed a sign to get a pet duck, this is it.
You are not around, slowly drifting away, wave after wave.
Okay, so I'm going to show you how to put a diaper onto a goose safely.
Hey, we're about to see how to
This is
put
a
a
new
diaper on
design.
Stardust.
I haven't made a YouTube video about this one. And this is Lucifer. I
The
don't know how
goose's
quality
name is
Lucifer
Lucifer.
because I don't diaper her often. She lives outside, so she's not happy to be in here. So you unsnap it, open it right up. We're going to try and do this before she poops on the floor, but unlikely. Okay, so we're going to stand her right over it. Then we're going to raise this strap up between her legs and put this loop over her head.
Damn, this is kind of crazy.
Then we're going to pull the diaper back. The toggles. Oh, come on here. Toggle over her tail, but under her wings. Get it nice and tight. And then we're going to, these are adjustable, so we're going to find the best button. And again, under the wings.
What the fuck am I watching right now?
And there you go. Just adjust this right to the center. And she can poop right in there. I recommend putting some absorbent pad, either a feminine pad or a doggy pee pad cut to fit. And then I've added to all diapers now, there's a leash clip on the back.
Oh, she could walk the goose on a leash.
Do a little spin. And there you have it.
I'm glad we watched this. I'm glad we took a break from the report to watch this. Look at that goose.
If you strike.
Okay. That was alright. Anyway. Now let's get to the BPD beating on niggas and killing them. So we note that in a number of cases of both deadly and less lethal force, the reports and reviews of force provide too little information about the circumstances surrounding the use of force to allow our team and experts to determine whether the force was reasonable. Imagine that. This is troubling because despite the lack of adequate information to determine whether these uses of force were reasonable, BPD supervisors still approved all but a handful of these uses of force. This systematic failure to provide adequate oversight of use of force requires correction, even given the significant number of cases in which we were unable to make a decision. However, we were nevertheless able to make determinations in a sufficient number of cases to conclude that there is a pattern or practice of excessive force at BPD. You like that segue? First, in a significant number of cases, officers use aggressive tactics that escalate encounters and stifle public cooperation, leading to the use of physical force when it is not necessary to resolve an incident. Officers approach incidents involving mere quality of life violations in a confrontational manner and fail to use basic conflict resolution skills, creating conflict where it did not exist before. BPD trains officers to be aggressive, inculcating an adversarial mindset in its recruits and teaching them to, for example, point a weapon at unarmed and innocent civilians to control a scene. Tactics such as these unnecessarily escalate encounters, increase tensions, and lead to unnecessary force. Second, officers use excessive force against individuals with mental health disabilities or in crisis. When families in Baltimore confront a family member experiencing a mental health issue, they often call 911 to request an officer to safely escort their family member to a hospital for a mental health evaluation and, if necessary, commitment. In too many of these calls, officers arrive at the homes of families knowing they are being called to assist with a mental health incident without a plan to account for the mental health issue. Because of their lack of planning and proper tactics, they end up in violent confrontations with individuals with mental health disabilities or in crisis and use force, sometimes deadly, against these individuals. And I have a personal story about this. This was someone that I went to high school with. My best friend was close friends with him at the time. He drowned, but Justin Fisher. He was 18. He was a senior when I was a freshman. He played football. One of my I don't know, this is getting kind of emotional reading this, but this is one of my teachers. Yo, Mike, good to see you, my brother. Good to see you, my brother. Yo, shout out Mike Mitzvit. That's one of my fucking brothers from another mother in here. I haven't seen him in here in a minute. We haven't seen each other in real life in a minute. We gotta link soon. I know I keep saying that, and we actually live close now, but anyway, but yeah, this was the other high school that I went to. Mike and I were classmates there. We played video games together. Mike and I have been through a lot together. I'll say that much. We've both seen the worst of times in each other. Some of the worst of times, anyway. Damn, Miss Bowers. Damn, I don't know. I might have to stop reading this. I'm not gonna read this anymore. But yeah. To make a long story short, I feel it, Mikey. So, what happened to him essentially was he had BPD, coincidentally. And he was getting into an argument with his girlfriend before prom or something, I guess, or after prom. And his parents called the police to try help. He had scissors in his hand. This is the story that I can remember hearing. I don't know how accurate this is, but what I heard was that he had scissors in his hand. The police told him to drop the scissors. He said he was going to hug his mom. They told him to drop the scissors. He didn't. So he moved, and they fucking ventilated him. They mag dumped him. 2 officers. I think they shot him something like 18, 19 times. And directly in front of his family and his girlfriend, right? So naturally, they go nuts. And they just handcuff his whole family. Have them all face down on the pavement, screaming, crying while they watch their son and brother and lover bleed to death in the street. For no reason at all. So, officers use unreasonable force against juveniles. We know that. Officers escalate encounters. I won't read too much more into this because we already know. Unreasonable force against juveniles ignores widely accepted strategies for police interactions with youth. The appellants produced evidence that Deputy Varnado, a 300-pound man, violently jerked Laura, a 10-year-old child, out of her living room chair and dragged her into another room. In a 2011 incident, an officer noted a 5'2", 85-pound female youth standing with a male in a known area for high drug trafficking. The officer in charge who investigated the force reported that the involved officer was familiar with the female juvenile and her past history for selling CDS. CDS being controlled dangerous substances, so drugs. The involved officer's incident report does not mention any history of selling drugs, but states that she suspected the female was a missing juvenile. So again, we're changing our story just to make up a reason to stop this person. Regardless of the basis for stopping the youth, the officer got out of her patrol vehicle to identify the female. When she did so, the youth and the male began to walk away very quickly. The officer commanded the individuals to stop, but they did not comply. The officer again commanded the two to stop. When they continued to not comply with her command, the officer discharged her taser in probe mode at the young 85-pound female. So she shot this 85-pound girl with this taser, which gave an electric shock. The youth stopped and supported herself on a fence, and the officer discontinued the electric charge. When the officer discharged her taser, she did not have probable cause for an arrest. There is also no indication in BPD's own reports that the youth was threatening the officer or others. Rather, she was simply walking away. Even assuming that there is reasonable suspicion for a stop, refusing to obey an officer's command to stop when the officer has no probable cause to arrest and there is no threat to the public or officer does not justify the use of a taser. The officer's use of a taser was unnecessary and excessive. The chain of command failed to identify any issues with the officer's use of force, of course. In another incident in 2010, 2 officers approached a group of individuals who were standing on a sidewalk in a residential neighborhood and verbally warned the small crowd to disperse. A juvenile, Brian, and his sister walked onto the steps of their home, remaining outside. When one of the officers approached Brian's sister to warn her about loitering, again, people can be loitering anywhere. It's literally just a charge that you make up on the fucking spot to arrest people, pick people up, and get them into jail, right? She informed the officers, yelling and cursing, that she lived in the house. The officers did not appear to dispute her claim that she lived in the house. The reports do not show that any effort was made to confirm whether it was her home. Nevertheless, the officers continued to warn her to leave and cease causing a disturbance. They eventually attempted to arrest her for non-compliance. One of the officers walked up the steps of the sibling stoop to attempt to make the arrest. Brian attempted to block the officer, and the officer began to struggle with the juvenile. According to civilian witness statements that are summarized in the department's reports, the officer punched Brian in the face. The officer also used oleoresin capsaicin or OC. Oh, fuck. He OC sprayed a child. He punched a child in the face and then OC sprayed him. Do you understand how fucked up OC spray is? And M. Jane, yes, fuck the police, fuck 12. OC is police mace. That shit is no fucking joke. If you get OC sprayed, you're going to be done. Whatever the fuck it was you were doing, you're not going to be doing it no more. OC spray is different. It's different. He sprayed them both and arrested them for loitering, resisting arrest, and assaulting a police officer. They do this all the time. They whip your ass and then they OC you and they take you to jail. The first time I got locked up in BCPD, there was another dude from the city who was at a motel or something somewhere. They stopped him just like this. Stopped him on the street, even though it was a public area. Asked him what room he was staying in, and he took off running. And they whipped his ass, and when I say that he was soaked in OC spray. My man had a white tank top on, he had his white tee, and that bitch was orange because he was soaked in OC spray. He couldn't even see. He was going like this when they fucking brought him in the cell, still handcuffed, right? And he was, when he unhandcuffed him, he showed us his fucking drawers. His underwear was orange. They doused him in fucking OC spray over a gram of weed he had in his sock, right? And mind you, we're all in the cell, and this is capsaicin, this is OC spray, this is mace. So we're breathing this shit in. We're all in the cell with our fucking faces up against the bars like this, trying to breathe. 8 of us packed in this fucking this 2-man cell, because that's how it is. Because fuck us, right? We're just criminals. We don't deserve rights or justice or any type of consideration. We're helping this man. He's in the fucking toilet sink trying to wash all this fucking OC spray off of his face. And we're with our mouths and noses out the bars trying to breathe. The police don't give a fuck. They don't, especially if you're black. And especially if you're poor. And if you're black and poor, you're not even a human being to them. You're a statistic. All of the officers' uses of force against the siblings who were standing on or in front of their own property were unreasonable. These individuals were placed into the criminal justice system for standing on their own steps. Being black is fucking illegal. Being black is fucking illegal, I'm trying to tell you. Allegations of BPD's unreasonable use of force against juveniles are not new. BPD has a history of problematic encounters with youth that predate the period of our review. For example, in 2007, the year I graduated high school, Officers arrested a 7-year-old child for sitting on a dirt bike during an initiative to confiscate dirt bikes. They arrested a 7-year-old child, a literal single-digit age, probably barely even wipes his own ass child. Allegedly, although the dirt bike was turned off, it was not securely locked or otherwise immobilized in violation of Baltimore City Code. How is that even possible? You put handcuffs on a baby, you throw the baby in the backseat of your car, and then you take that baby wherever you take the baby. That's how that works. Because the police don't care. They don't give a fuck. I'm about to finish this up. And then I'm gonna have a conversation if Rain is still in here. I just had that tweet that she sent me. I don't know what happened to it. There it is. It's not it. Whatever, I'll find it. Sorry. Anyway. Oh my God. The officer maliciously and unreasonably grabbed the child by his shirt collar and dragged him off the bike. He was eventually released. Okay. He was handcuffed to a bench at the district station for hours and detained and questioned without his parents' consent. He was eventually released and never formally charged. Unbelievable. There's no policy for interactions with youth. In addition, 3 officers were criminally charged this year for assaulting a youth who had been in crisis and was restrained in a 2015 incident. According to a complaint filed about the incident, when the child was admitted to the hospital for evaluation of a mental health condition, independent witnesses on the scene indicated that he had no injuries. In his hospital room, he was handcuffed with both hands behind his back, but was being unruly, yelling and kicking his legs. I would imagine because he's fucking handcuffed. One of the officers reportedly ordered hospital staff to leave the room and reportedly slapped or punched the youth in the face repeatedly. The nurses observed the officers being verbally abusive to the child and observed injuries to his face when they returned to the youth's room. In a 2010 incident, 2 BPD officers and a lieutenant arrested a 5'6", 160-pound man for littering after observing him throw a cigar wrapper on the ground and then empty the tobacco contents from the cigar. So he was gutting his blunt, ready to roll something up. The officers handcuffed and sat 19-year-old William on a curb and conducted a search incident to arrest. They removed William's shoes and recovered a blue Ziploc bag containing what they suspected was marijuana. According to the force reports, William began to yell profanities and accused the officers of planting the drugs. One officer placed William against the wall while they waited for a transport vehicle. William continued to yell, then pushed off the wall and began to run. After only a few steps, an officer pushed William to the ground. According to the force report, William continued to flail and try to strike the officers by headbutting, kicking, shouldering, and spitting. even though he was literally handcuffed, mind you. The officers attempted to gain control of William, but were unable. How the fuck do you? It's two people dealing with someone 5'6", $160, handcuffed. What the fuck are you talking about? You're unable. A crowd formed around the officers and William. Although William was in handcuffs and 3 officers were present to control the restrained man, the officers resorted to tasing the man in drive stun mode approximately 6 times. The lieutenant and one of the officers also reportedly kicked William several times, either in an effort to get him to the ground or to keep him on the ground. The reports are unclear. When the drive stuns were reportedly ineffective and William reportedly pushed away the taser and continued to fight, the lieutenant ordered the officers to move away and deployed 2 bursts of pepper spray in William's face while he was fucking handcuffed, dude. They tased him and pepper sprayed him while he was handcuffed. The officers were then able to hold William on the ground and place him in a transport vehicle. So he was burning the whole time handcuffed. Sadistic. The inability of 3 officers to control William is concerning and reflects insufficient training on arrest and control techniques. While we take no position on the reasonableness of much of the force used in this incident, the use of the taser on a handcuffed individual approximately 6 times was unreasonable. The use of taser on a restrained individual is rarely reasonable, and tasing the person in drive stun mode 6 times is unreasonable and excessive in almost any case. A drive stun is to be used only to create distance. Williams suffered abrasions on his knees, arm, back, and a small fracture of left shoulder. He was charged only with littering and disorderly conduct. Wow, all that for littering and disorderly conduct. Misdemeanors. Unreasonable force against people who are fleeing from them and present little or no threat or harm. This is all true. BPD's discharges of firearms at moving vehicles are highly dangerous, ineffective, and may be constitutionally impermissible. Donnell, I can't remember his last name. Donnell Rochester. Donnell Rochester tried to drive away. The police shot into his moving vehicle and killed him.
Outrage outside City Hall.
Keep us safe.
Protesters called on city leaders for answers. Justice, they say, must be served for Donnell Rochester.
He did not deserve this at all. Donnell is still supposed to be here.
Body camera video from the encounter showed what happened February 19th. Police say officers were serving a carjacking warrant connected to Rochester. The video shows officers approach on each side of the car and a third officer on the street running head-on. An officer said he feared Rochester would run over another. That's when shots were fired.
He was not trying to hit anyone. That officer placed himself in front of that car.
But Rochester's aunt says she does not believe the officer's account and says Donnell should not have been shot. Police, she says, failed to save Donnell and take him to the hospital immediately after.
Donnell is still supposed to be here, probably just recuperating. They let him bleed out on that ground, telling him, just breathe, bro. Breathe, bro. How can y'all say and he's on the ground scared for his life?
The frustration brewing
That's
over
so
the months, the family demanding once again for police accountability.
Mayor Scott, this is not a game.
And chanting for justice for Donnell Rochester.
He was truly full of life and he did not deserve it.
And the protesters also called on Mayor Brandon Scott, who at the time commended the officers for their response in the shooting involving Donnell. Wow. Meanwhile, since the investigation began, at least 2 Baltimore City police officers have been put on administrative leave. Live tonight at City Hall, I'm Amy Liu, WBAL TV 11 News.
So that was Donnell Rochester, who was in a car, was shot in the car. And we're also looking for allies, modest proposals. So I feel it, Modest Proposals. I mean, I look black because I am black. So, firearms shall. So there's a 2006 use of force policy. So, firearms shall not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless a person in the vehicle is immediately threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. The moving vehicle itself shall not presumptively constitute a threat that justifies an officer's use of deadly force. An officer threatened by an oncoming vehicle shall move out of its path instead of discharging a firearm at it or any of its occupants. And you saw from that video we watched, the officer stood in front of the car and shot into the windshield. In one 2013 incident, an investigation into a possible drug transaction ended with an officer firing 7 shots at the front, side, and rear of a vehicle as it drove away. One of 3 officers on the scene observed what he suspected was a drug transaction in progress in a car parked near a gas pump and signaled to the other 2 officers to investigate. One officer approached the driver's side door of the vehicle and the other to the passenger's side. The officer at the driver's side, reportedly fearing the driver was reaching for a weapon, opened the driver's side door and reached inside while the car was still running. He does not appear to have ordered the driver to turn the engine off. Rather than reaching for a weapon, the driver had put the car into drive. With the officer's torso inside the vehicle, the driver hit the gas and the car sped forward. The officer, becoming caught halfway into the car, was dragged by the car. He reached for his weapon and fired 1 shot toward the driver of the car, missing both the driver and the officer standing on the other side of the vehicle. So he didn't even pay attention to what he was on the other side of what he was shooting at, which is basic fucking firearm safety. The vehicle turned to exit the parking lot, driving towards the 3rd officer who had observed the incident. According to BPD's documents, the 3rd officer stepped out of the way of the oncoming vehicle and then fired 7 rounds, 2 of which hit the front windshield and 5 of which hit the right side passenger windows and rear passenger door, shattering the rear windshield and hitting the rear roof of the car. The officer admitted during a brief 15-minute interview BPD investigators conducted 258 days after the incident. Endless niggatary? What up, Arun? Endless niggatary. I actually like that one. You guys can call me. Well, you can't call me that, but I'm gonna start calling myself that. Endless niggatary. I might change my fucking. I might change my my Twitter profile name to that. Anyway. That he shot at the vehicle as it was fleeing away from him. It appeared he shot at the vehicle, which had fled the wrong way down a one-way street, to disable it, though BPD officers conducting his interview did not clarify this point. BPD determined all force in this incident to be reasonable. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You got Castus raids yesterday? Yeah, I remember you saying that. That shit's nuts. Every time I go back and forth with Sansol or fucking any of those people on Twitter, I get bot raided. Yeah, modest proposals, yeah. Anyway, in another incident from 2013, 2 officers were on foot directing traffic near a crowded nightclub. A civilian car traveling the wrong direction struck the 2 officers from behind, knocking them to the pavement. The car then started to leave the scene. One of the 2 officers fired 8 shots at the vehicle as it was fleeing away from him. In this case, investigators determined the discharges to be inappropriate. In our review, we observed additional incidents of firearms discharges at moving vehicles which, even if they were not unreasonable, endangered members of the public. I am not making shit up, modest proposals. I'm not gonna say that because I'm pretty sure that's an Indian slur. Arun, yeah. This is nuts. So the fuck what? What are you talking about, modest proposals? You know what? I'm not even gonna. You know what, modest proposals? What are you? Your name might be John. Do you treat all Johns the same way? No, I'm not banning you. I'm not banning you. I'm gonna time you out though, because I'm tired of dealing with you. What's happening right now? The hate raids are starting. So when you are in the crosshairs of some of these fash on this platform, this is the kind of shit that they do to try to get you banned, try to bully you off the platform. Just generally make this shit as as insufferable as possible. Yeah, they really don't guillotine watch party. Yeah, Lady Raincloud, you can block raids. It's gonna be sick. About done with this though for tonight anyway. Oh. BPD unlawfully restricts protected speech. An officer in downtown Baltimore in 2011 felt that it was reasonable to order a young African American man to leave the area because he had no respect for law enforcement and was making idle threats toward a uniformed officer. As the young man walked away accompanied by a friend, the two made additional comments mocking the officers and the BPD. 15 minutes later, the officer again spotted the two men in the same area and placed both under arrest for failure to obey. The freedom of individuals verbally to oppose or challenge police action without thereby risking arrest is one of the principal characteristics by which we distinguish a free nation from a police state. That's from City of Houston versus Hill in 1987. Striking down municipal ordinance that made it illegal to oppose or interrupt a policeman as constitutionally overbroad under the First Amendment. They do hate raids because they're scared of me? Low key. I appreciate you, Guillotine. Love how these assholes think you're from a low caste background and start using caste slurs on you. And it's like going into a white streamers community and calling them an M-word. That's funny, Arun. That is kind of funny. Yeah, cops hate this shit, sees the thoughts. BPD retaliates by using force against individuals who engage in protected speech. They arrested someone for saying fuck this place. Cops are hate rating me right now? No. It's whoever's hate rating Arun and probably people related to either like Sansol or Stardust, or it's probably something from that. It's Twitch poll. It's Twitch poll. Zonia's probably mad as shit that we fucking called her geriatric and she was too old to be doing this shit, so she's doing it 10 times harder now. There's gender bias and BPD's response to sexual assault. They mistreat victims of sexual assault, literally 50 years old. One victim advocate told us about a detective in the BPD sex offense unit making comments at a party in the company of BPD officers and victim advocates that in homicide there are real victims. All our cases are bullshit. When another person suggested the detective soften the statement, the detective added, okay, 90%. So that's fun. And you wonder why lots of rapes go unreported. We also reviewed email correspondence between a BPD officer and a prosecutor in which they openly expressed their contempt for and disbelief of a woman who had reported a sexual assault. The prosecutor wrote that this case is crazy. I am not excited about charging it. The victim seems like a conniving little whore. The BPD officer replied, LMAO, I feel the same. Wow. In addition, we found indications that BPD disregards reports of sexual assault by people involved in the sex trade, a particularly troubling trend given the vulnerability of those individuals to rape. So, let me break this shit down for y'all. Before we even get to police officers sexually assaulting sex workers in their cars and shit, right? You exist in a state of poverty in America. This is stuff that we understood from this report, right? That Baltimore City has the lowest odds of upward mobility out of poverty of any city in the entire country, right? We understand sex work, as labor, right? When the failures of the state create a need in you for food, clothing, water, shelter, and you have to engage in black or gray market activities. For example, you're so poor, you have to engage in sex work. And we know that the poverty that you exist in that forces you into sex work is a direct consequence of government policy, right? And then once you're in there, the BPD just considers you a piece of fucking meat. It's not possible to rape sex workers, right? Because they're not real people. They're just holes to be fucked, right? According to one case report, the suspect had approached the victim with a gun. The victim had called the police right away, and the suspect's interview was almost entirely consistent with the victim's account of the assault. All evidence that could have supported an investigation and prosecution. Nonetheless, the BPD detective made no attempt to corroborate the victim's account of the assault with witness interviews or other evidence, and told the suspect that he would not be charged with anything other than possession of a gun. Surprise, surprise, BPD is fucking transphobic. One transgender woman, for example, described an incident after a traffic stop in December 2015 in which she was asked by the officer whether she identified as male or female and told the officer that she identified as female. Despite her response, the arresting officer then said to another officer at the scene, well, are you going to transport him? So we're just misgendering people. We also heard from the transgender community that their interactions with BPD are degrading and dehumanizing, and that as a result, transgender individuals are afraid to report crime to law enforcement. The same transgender woman described above, for example, alleged that when she arrived at intake, the female supervisor who was called to search her said, I'm not here for this shit. I'm not searching that. Wow. When she then tried to ask the supervisor to show her some respect, the supervisor said, like I said, I don't know you. I don't know if you're a boy or a girl, and I really don't care. I am not searching you. This is not the only example we heard about BPD officers conducting inappropriate searches of transgender individuals. We heard several reports that indicate that BPD officers lack guidance on the appropriate process for conducting searches of transgender individuals, including ensuring that searches are conducted by a person of the appropriate gender. BPD's treatment of women victims of sexual assault and of transgender individuals should not reflect gender-based stereotypes and assumptions that may compromise the effectiveness and impartiality of BPD's response to reports of sexual assault and discourage women and transgender individuals from engaging with the criminal justice system. BPD seriously and systematically underinvestigates reports of sexual assault, and the sexual assault investigations it does conduct are marked by practices that significantly compromise the effectiveness and impartiality of its response to sexual assault. Of course. These are not new issues for BPD. Victim advocates, for example, criticize the manner in which BPD treated victims of sexual assault, including interrogating rape victims, questioning women in the emergency room, threatening to hook up women reporting sexual assault to lie detectors, Jesus fucking Christ, dude, and not informing victims about the status of their cases. Moreover, victim advocates reported that BPD's sex offense unit was only minimally investigating reports of sexual assault. For example, they were not making efforts to identify witnesses or submitting rape kits for testing. Wild. Despite some attempts at reform by BPD and Baltimore city leaders, most of these problems either remain or have returned. BPD's response to reports of sexual assault is overall grossly inadequate. For example, BPD allows more than half of its rape cases to linger in an open status, often for years at a time, with little to no follow-up investigation, while fewer than 1 in 4 of its rape investigations are closed due to the arrest of a suspect, a rate roughly half of the national average. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck are the BPD doing, dude? BPD detectives request testing of rape kits in fewer than 1 in 5 of BPD's adult sexual assault cases, leaving these rape kits to sit untested in BPD's evidence collection unit. And BPD detectives rarely, if ever, seek to identify or interview suspects and witnesses, even in cases where they are clearly identified by the woman reporting the assault. In addition, BPD investigative policies and practices significantly undermine the quality, effectiveness, and fairness of BPD's response to reports of sexual assault, making it more difficult to uncover the truth when sexual assault allegations are made. Training hasn't been a top priority because they barely even train people out this bitch. They just give you a badge and a gun and say, get out there, get some numbers. BPD fails to hold officers accountable for misconduct. BPD discourages members of the public from filing complaints. For example, in 2013, an individual called BPD's Internal Affairs to complain about an officer who grabbed him by the neck and called him a punk-ass faggot. Quote, and I quote, although the individual gave a statement describing the incident over the phone, BPD supervisors closed the case because the complainant did not show up in person at BPD's Internal Investigation Division to fill out a CRB form and to have this statement notarized. Indeed, the BPD investigator claimed that the man failed to cooperate by not submitting a notarized form. These requirements all but ensure that numerous anonymous complaints or those received over the phone, by email, or in person at any of BPD's 9 police districts will go unexamined. In addition, we found examples of BPD officers expressly discouraging civilians from filing complaints, sometimes mocking or humiliating them in the process. Right on, Beer Bash. I'm about to finish this up now. I'm about done with this. If Rain is still in here. BPD's internal culture is resistant to effective discipline naturally. BPD does not coordinate with other agencies appropriately, because of course they don't. Fails to engage in effective community policing, blah, blah, blah. This is all stuff I already know. We'll read the conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the Department of Justice concludes that there is a reasonable cause to believe that BPD engages in a pattern or practice of conduct that violates the Constitution of federal law. The pattern or practice includes 1. Making unconstitutional stops, searches, and arrests. 2. Using enforcement strategies that produce severe and unjustified disparities in the rates of stops, searches, and arrests of African Americans. 3. Using excessive force. And 4. Retaliating against people engaging in constitutionally protected expression. We also identify concerns regarding BPD's transport of individuals and investigation of sexual assaults. BPD's failings result from deficient police. Well, we understand that the police exist specifically to do this kind of shit, but yeah. So that's that for the most part, anyway. I skipped and skimmed here and there, but you got the gist. And if you think that's fucked up, the fucked up part is that none of that got fixed. Not a single fucking bit of it. That report is from the year 2016. All right, let's do, I'm going to jump into my voice channel now. Yo.
Oh, what's good?
Oh, yeah. Is Lady Rain still in here? I guess not. She probably went to bed or something. That's all good, though.
No worries. Yeah, how have you been doing tonight?
I've been chilling. It was kind of.
I saw you've been reading stuff about like the Department of Justice's report in the Baltimore Police Department and related things.
Yeah, I was reading so Wednesday I started reading like the first half of the report, and I didn't get enough time to finish it. I had company, so I didn't want to be rude. And yeah, today I read the second half of it. Hang on.
How long was that? The report?
2016.
Okay, I meant just like how bulky was it? Like shitload of pages?
Yeah, 164 pages.
Holy fuck. And I feel like a report into the scumminess of Baltimore Police Department could probably be twice as thick and still leave things out.
Right. Well, that's the fucked up thing is that shit it was meant to be like, it was propaganda low key. It was limited hangout shit.
Oh.
It was never questioning the validity of the police as an institution. Just saying they make the mistakes and this is how we finna fix them.
I mean, exactly. It's the Department of Justice. They're never going to fucking advocate for the abolition of the police.
Right. But, yeah. It was...
Yeah, it was, yeah, I read over that one article when I first popped into your chat about the whole school resource officers, like, and how they...
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and like sexual assaults, how those are probably grossly underreported, and that's just even then just a piece of how they grossly abuse like power dynamics in their relationship with the students and even the schools themselves they work in. Like how it mentioned there was that like he said, even in like one case, a principal tried to like intervene when the cop was arresting.
The principal got arrested.
Arrested the fucking principal.
Yeah. Then because Cagnadian just said, surprised they haven't made recording cops legal yet, like they did in Arizona recently. They don't have to, because Baltimore police, well, at least here, they operate completely outside the fucking law. They literally do whatever they want. So, like there was I just read a story. One of the stories in the I don't know if you were here for it, but I just read like a couple hours ago about how there was a little boy recording an arrest with his phone. They fucking punched him in his face.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't. There definitely needs to be some like extremely thorough investigations done into the fucking Rochester, New York Police Department as well.
I can only imagine, dog.
Like,
I can only fucking imagine.
Yeah, and also Buffalo's. Like, if you remember during protests in Buffalo, like these Buffalo riot cops were marching, and that like old man had like picked up like one of their riot helmets and was like going up to them to talk to them, and they like just violently shoved him out of the way, and he like fell and busted his fucking skull open. Remember seeing that shit? Did you see that shit in the news at all?
Yeah, that dude was like 70 something.
Yeah, dude was in his 70s. And I haven't really heard much about him. I hope the dude's like doing at least half decent, but
that was something else I read. There's a fucking 87-year-old black lady that they pushed over like that in her own house, and then stood over and told her, "You're no better than any of the other old black bitches we put in jail."
Yeah, like so just out of curiosity, do you by any chance like know how much of what like percentage of Baltimore's police officers live in the city of Baltimore?
Oh, it's very low, like unimaginably low, to a point where I would almost like, I don't want to say zero, because I'm sure you could find statistical anomalies like here and there, but I would confidently say less than 10%.
Jesus Christ, yeah, that's even worse than the like. I don't live in Rochester. I live in like weird kind of like ex-urban areas that are like a relatively quick drive to Rochester if you have your own vehicle, but if you don't, like, it's pretty far away and public transportation sucks. Fucking the Rochester Police Department is like 80% is like 80% people who live in the suburbs, in addition to the fact that it's predominantly white dudes. Like, I'm pretty sure I think the small minority of black officers on the force have like a higher percentage of within themselves living in the city. But
right.
Like New York, it's part of the reason why New York actually passed some law that mandated all of its like bigger city. It's like 5 biggest cities except in New York City itself to only hire people who actually live in the cities that they're going to be working for from now on, because it's like yeah, from what you're saying, Baltimore's got this problem even fucking worse, which does not surprise me at all. When you have a police department that's like all these people that live in these like racist fucking white people that like live in nearby suburbs. It's like literally almost at that point sort of like a more localized version of a foreign occupying force. Like these people from like outside the area that they're policing, like looking down on that area and being like, I got to go in there and like be this soldier to contain the big evil that's in there, so that they don't like harm my children with their drugs and their guns. And that's definitely creates a really fucking hideous dynamic when it comes to like community relationships.
Oh yeah, that's gonna
the reason why New York like explicitly excluded New York City from the like higher. I think the reason why New York explicitly excluded like the like New York City from the whole like you can only hire cops that like live in the city they're going to be working for thing. I think the primary reason for that, based on what I've read about it, was because New York City is so outrageously expensive to live in.
Did you see this hate rage just now?
Oh, no, I did not.
I love to abuse beer bash is what it is. That's funny.
I'm pretty sure I still have raids disabled from people that I do not follow for the reason of that kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up cutting that shit on myself.
Yeah, I have raids. I'm pretty sure I might have turned it off actually because I hadn't dealt with it, but I can't remember. But I don't think I can get raids from. Yeah, really ironic how. Really ironic how like it's so like this is such an issue. While it's also so easy for people to like grossly abuse fucking reporting features.
Right. Weird coincidence.
But yeah, like I'm sure you've probably heard a decent bit about Rochester Police Department. Rochester Police Department is the police department that killed that guy Daniel Prude.
Oh word. Get me to stop accepting raids. That's their goal. Bet. I am a glizzy gobbler as well. I am 1000% a glizzy gobbler. What up, amazing wolf skeptic? I was gonna look at this Sansa shit that Rain Cloud sent to because
oh no. I am like honestly very glad that me and him are like mutually blocked on Twitter because then I just like I actually have to like take an extra step if I really want to subject myself to whatever stupid shit he's doing.
Yeah,
like
he's a major fucking joke. Because I was just looking at this
he's
thread.
Like,
I didn't realize I'd already.
I wouldn't even
to
call
this.
him a joke. He's such a scumbag.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I call him a joke because I knew that hurts his feelings because he cares. He wants to get Twitch famous. He's trying to fake it till he makes it. That's why he bots and shit. No one takes him seriously. That's why he's on Chaos Cast. But
what the fuck is Chaos Cast again? Is that Stardust stupid shit?
Yeah. They literally had a tier, like it was like a tier list or like a plot of like animals that they would fuck. Which is on brand with all the pedophilia apologia that they like to do in that corner of the internet with the DGGers. So makes sense. But I didn't realize
how long until Destiny fans should like launch a campaign to get Armin Mivas freed from whatever German prison he's locked in because his cannibalism case he's sentenced to life for was consensual. In fact, that's actually he wasn't originally sentenced to life. He like got sentenced to like fucking 15 or 20 years originally or some shit, and then like the prosecutors appealed and some appeal judge was like, what was like, okay, yeah, what the fuck was wrong with this trial judge not giving a life sentence for this? And like the law doesn't give a fuck if it was consensual cannibalism or not. He killed some guy and ate him because it gave him sexual pleasure. and then they resentenced him to fucking life in prison.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, the Armin Mivas case was especially fucked, by the way. It was some weird consensual cannibalism case that happened in Germany like 20 fucking years ago.
Yeah, this dude. Yo, what's up, Lady Raincloud? Do you want to hop in with us? Because we were just getting to the... I was just looking at this Sansal shit because I didn't realize I'd actually responded to this thread and that it was a whole thing that all of us had like participated in. I didn't realize it was a vibe. I didn't realize that it was shit on Sansal night that night. bruh. Shadiest crib, you're skating on thin ice, just so you know. It's always shit on Silence all night. I mean, let's keep it 1,000. You're right. It's never not shit on Silence all night. But I was not even hip. Well, like, obviously I was hip. I responded to the thread. But, you know what? Let's just watch the shit. I'm gonna play it, and then if you want to hop in here, I'll drop if you want to join me in Discord, we're in VC right now. I'm in here with Beer Bash. Let me shoot you the invite.
Is Son still allowed on Twitch? He didn't do something really stupid and get banned yet?
Nah. No, not you, Skeptic. That dude Shadiest Crib is on fucking Skin Ice. You're cool, Wolf Skeptic. I fuck with you. That Shadiest Crib, fuck whatever they got going on. They're cruising for a fucking banning.
Yeah, ironic that we were talking about cops earlier. I was having a talk with one of my like more Marxist aligned mutuals about like the concept of the state. We got derailed several times. The person had to go like an hour and a half into it. And I would actually like to pick up that again sometime in the future, but
I feel it.
Yeah, like it actually relates to. It's part of the reason why why I lean in a more like libertarian, socialist, or almost anarchist direction with my political beliefs. Why I don't like slapping labels on and putting myself in a box.
Yeah, I feel that
I lean more in that direction because the stuff with the cops, like,
yeah, that's
in the way in which like the predominant ways in which Marxist theory has actually been practiced, it didn't like having these like supposed workers police didn't actually like fucking solve anything.
Yeah, well, I mean that's why anarchists. I actually I tweeted a quote from Lorenzo Kumboa today that talked about the cornerstone of anarchism is opposition to hierarchy. Whether it's the fucking people's police state or whatever, like you gotta challenge that. That's the reason why tankies hate anarchists too.
Yeah, and then people will people will still be like, even if they're not tankies, even if they're like you know, actual democratic socialists who aren't like weird like tanky theory nerds that join DSA to try to turn it into a weird tanky organization, but fucking like actual democratic socialists who are still like definitely are in favor of like socialist programs and shit, but still like are in favor of like statism.
Yeah, that shit's fucking weird.
It's like
I get. Because I've had this conversation with my podcast. Like, I get
go ahead.
If you need like a central state for like infrastructure and manpower to build infrastructure, that's cool. But like, I don't really see a need for. Yo, thank you for the follow, Genesis Lazy Duck.
That's the other thing is that was like justifications that like the USSR in its earliest days under Lenin. Those are the justifications that it used, that like the Soviet state instantly used to be inherently counter-revolutionary and even like actually like undermine its own fucking name. Like basically they just made like Lenin and his cronies made sure that the fucking Soviets were all loaded with their cronies and shut down like freely operating Soviets of workers and shit.
Word. Let me let's look at this video real quick and then fucking see if we can get Lady Raincloud up in this piece. Cause
oh boy, what is this video?
Let's read this fucking goofball ass tweet. Sierra Raincloud said, if this wasn't enough of a line cross for you, I really don't know what will be. Apparently I need to make it clear on a daily basis that this man made false CPS and child abuse claims about me, seeing as a lot of people don't seem to care at all. And I responded with, dude literally accused me of raping children, because that's exactly what he did. I'm sure he deleted those tweets because he's a coward. No actual beliefs or principles, literally only relevant for starting shit with other streamers and riding Dylan's coattails. That last bit I probably wouldn't have said if I'd have known that he just has been failing upwards for the last several years and like even got a Hassan raid, and that's how bad he fucking sucks. Where Hassan Abi can raid you and you still have to view bot because you're such a boring piece of shit.
He got a fucking Hassan raid.
He did. Not many people know that. A testament how bad he sucks. You get raided with over 1,000 people and you can't hold a single one of them eyeballs.
Yeah, ironically, never mind. I'm not going to mention this because I don't want to bring up names of people who I don't want to bring up names of people who want to like try to avoid this kind of petty bullshit. Yeah.
All right, let's.
Ironically enough, like other people that he openly spends enormous amounts of time shitting on have got Hassan raids that actually did contribute to their growth because they weren't just like these weird toxic pieces of. They weren't like. It's either they're extreme. It's like when they're not being extremely weird, toxic pieces of shit, they're being extremely boring.
Right, exactly.
Like
this is what I've said.
By they, I mean Sansol and his this weird little crew of like weird Twitch scumbags.
Yeah, Sansol, CTV, fucking like all Crucible people, all these fucking people. Like they're boring as fuck.
What's ironic is CTV.
They're just regular milquetoast ass
CTV's like
dudes.
the most like openly right wing of all of them, and he's actually like the least boring of all of them because he's just he's just like
drunk,
such a
dude.
fucking
Fucking
weird
drunk.
ass.
It's
Yeah,
like
and that's what I find ironic is if you go find when I talk to Dylan about my critiques of Hippy Dippy, go look at the fucking comments and look at all of these look at all these people like projecting their insecurities about their fucking addictions upon me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like all these people being like, and this guy's the reason why I don't relapse.
Fucking just disgusting behavior.
Never mind. I'm not gonna say that. That would have been a bit of a low blow, but
just hella
it's just
hella
like,
regular for Dylan's audience. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
But he wants to distance himself from that shit so bad when that's the house that Dylan built. You know what I'm saying? Hippy Dippy is the house that Dylan built, for better or worse, and he's gonna have to live with that. His legacy is building up people like Stardust and fucking CTV.
But yeah, where I was going with that is you look at all these people that you look at all these people.
Hang on.
You look at all these. Yeah, sure thing.
Rain, what up?
Hey, Rain.
So, did you watch that yet?
No, we're getting ready to watch it now.
No,
we kept kind of getting sidetracked.
Okay, go ahead, watch it.
I'm gonna actually deafen myself in Discord and just use Endless's stream audio and show it on my stream.
I feel it. Here we go. So, okay, hold up, because I see Dayton here. All right. If I find out he's near Dayton, this might be a problem. Because I could be there. I could be in Dayton. I'm from Dayton. Let's keep it pushing, though. Turn the sound up so I can hear this goofy shit.
Just like the amount of times I've actively not fucked with Lady Rain for her to constantly fuck with me.
How have you? Like,
I have no sympathy. Her kid can get fucking taken from her if the CPS is finding that she's doing child abuse. Maybe it's the fucking thing that she told me in her last conversation, where she said that she doesn't think that her child should go to school. Right? Maybe her child just hasn't been going to school, and that's why CPS is going after her. But who fucking knows?
What a piece of shit!
It's not you that made me mad.
You're mad that someone was mean to you on the internet, and now you're trying to get their kid taken away? What a fucking scumbag!
Does anybody know why CPS is going after her? Is it school shit?
So he didn't even verify that was actually true. He just heard it and wanted it to be true because he had a hate boner, and then went with it.
Yep.
Yeah, like what the actual fuck is wrong with that guy?
So the thing is let's break this down. So The first thing is he talks about how I constantly fuck with him.
Because that's what I was curious about. Is like, do you have like? I'm like, what does that even mean? Just like you added him on Twitter? Like, what is that?
I'll bring up the shit that he does, and yeah, like I've got him blocked now. I've been running Mega Block to block everyone that follows him.
Oh, I mean, as one does.
And so, like, first things first, right? Is that whole beginning of that was a bunch of bullshit. Second thing, right, where he talks about maybe it's the thing where she said that her kid didn't have. I never said that. That's not what I said.
Right.
At all. My child is in school. My child is also in therapy.
I was gonna say, like, you would probably be sitting in jail right now if your kid wasn't in school, but.
I mean, yeah, especially being trans and indigenous.
Right.
Like, it's almost a guarantee, right? So, like, and at the end of that clip, right, where he's like, "Does anybody know why CPS is going after her?" My child is upstairs in her room watching TV, playing on Minecraft on her tablet right now, like having a good old time,
right?
Happy, right? So I never said that CPS was going after her, and this all stemmed from me having a talk with Alec Gunter, and talking about, the fact that my child is still exploring herself and is either gender nonconforming, we don't know yet, or gay, or both, or whatever.
Right.
And how, things were going to be getting more and more difficult here in Ohio, because newsflash, I live 6.5 miles from Dayton.
Oh, okay. I will message you behind the scenes. We might have to get together sometime.
We might, because I grew up in Xenia.
Okay, I grew up here in Baltimore, but my dad grew up and is from Dayton, and my mom lived in Dayton. That's where she met my dad. So.
Yep.
And my grandmother's. That's
in
where.
Xenia, you said.
Xenia.
Xenia.
Yeah.
My grandmother. My grandmother with my grandfather, my mom's mom and my mom's father took my mom and her sisters to Dayton from. They originally. So my grandmother. Her family, like her father and mother, and she's the youngest of 10 kids, and her youngest siblings, they literally had to like run and escape off the plantation because they were sharecroppers. My grandmother, her mother, and her father and grandfather were all enslaved, lived and died on that same land that my grandmother picked cotton on. So when they escaped from there, they went to Greenville, Mississippi. And then at some point, I think my mom said she was like 6 or 7. They took the train to Dayton and never looked back. My grandmother loves Dayton. She's lived in Dayton since, the 60s.
Yeah, I've been in this area my whole life, barring the 5 years in the Navy and the 2 years in Cali, and then some time in Japan. But other than that,
that's true.
Yeah. So, and I have another thing going on too, but with this, I just kind of wanted to like keep it aware that this is the kind of stuff that he does. And,
oh yeah, I've had I actually in the response to that tweet, I had mentioned that he literally accused me of raping children. Like those were the actual words that he used. Like he was like, "When are you gonna stop raping children?" or some shit like that.
Jesus.
Yeah, and he tries to like defend that shit as like being like weird fucking rhetorical tools and being like, if these crazy lefties are gonna like sink to like certain lows, then so
will I. right, and that's the goofy shit. That's the goofy shit.
Like, but when did they even sink to those lows against you? You're just like some weird fucked up bastard.
Right. That's how fucking Jeb Tan's fucking stupid ass came at me like, you literally made a Nazi logo with his flag. You don't think that was a bit egregious? And I was like, my dude and my guy, literally my first interaction with Sansol was him telling me that he fucked my mother. I don't give a fuck what you think is extreme coming from me. At least the shit that I say is accurate. He just makes shit up like he's in fucking 8th grade.
So like back when I first found like Sansol, it was because I was like, it was back when him and Shark were like much more closely associated than they are now,
which is
wild.
Is
probably for the better. And Yeah, because Shark is still pretty awesome, but fucking.
The less said on that, the better, in my opinion. But continue. I'm sorry.
But yeah, fucking. And at first, when I first started watching, me like, wasn't that bad? And I noticed sometimes he would be a little ruthless when he was like. He would be a little bit ruthless when he would like be ripping on like people who were like straight up like deportation of the Crimean Tatars level Stalin defenders and shit like that. But then he just like got like worse and worse and started just becoming this like weird milquetoast sock dem who was just
this is what I'm saying.
Extremely performatively ruthless against anyone who was like remotely further left than being some milquetoast dumbass.
And this is this is the thing where it's like I don't think the whole reform conservative shit, it's not a thing to me. You know what I mean? I had a thought, but I was fucking.
I understand that can exist. It's just, kind of rare. People so often like relapse into those kind of like weirdly fascist fucking behaviors.
Like, Alec Gunter would actually be a prime example of that. You know what I mean? But clearly, Sansol is not Alec Gunter.
Yeah.
And like,
I don't even really know much about Alec Gunter's background and. Yeah, and there's like plenty of especially like people who like grew up in like really cultish environments who were then like extreme, like outright straight up like fucking harmed by them.
Yeah, I grew up in a cult. I don't want to talk about that. I'm gonna hop back out. I just wanted to like bring this to people's attention if they didn't know about it already.
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh yeah, this channel. So Sansol, I think it was maybe like 2 weeks ago because he's a fucking coward. I've invited him to come on because the thing is, right? I've gone live. I've had the same streaming schedule for like 2 fucking years now, right? And I have an open VC. If you hit me up in chat and I let you in, right? And the Dylan Burns said he wanted to talk to me, never did because he's a coward. All these people, like, they know what my policy is, but they never step up. And Sansol is such a coward. He came in here Friday night, like 2 weeks ago, and sat in my chat in Chat Arena or something in complete fucking silence for like 3 hours to the point where all the rest of my chat.
I remember seeing you talking about that. That shit's so extremely weird to me. Is it's like, what, you really think that you gain some like extra degree of control? You're really that obsessed with having some extra degree of control because you like supposedly pre-schedule.
I'm not going out of my way because first of all, I have a life, you know what I'm saying? I don't have a sticky beard like Sansol does. So I do shit other than fucking dick around and buy view bots. That's number one. Number two is if I'm already giving you free content because how fucking miserable and boring your platform is just on a regular basis, the least you could do is at least facilitate me, especially when 50% of it's already done. You know when I'm going to be live and you know what I'm going to be talking about, right? All you have to do is fucking show up. But that's what Sansol does, and that's what all these other goofy fucking cowards do, is that it's even more egregious with Sansol, because like I said, he literally sat in chat for 3 hours to the point where all the other chatters are like, when's he going to say something? When are you going to talk to him? When is he going to say something?
That is so ridiculously fucking pathetic.
Yeah. But then the not even fucking 12 hours later, he's on Twitter talking about how I need to set up a schedule or some shit like that. And I'm not being considerate of other people's time. And that's true. I don't give a fuck about your time. I'm live 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I don't give a fuck what you got going on. You're a coward. You're a dumb piece of shit. And I'm going to keep dunking on you on Twitter. And if you have something to say about it, you know when you can find me and talk to me. Other than that, continue to fucking suck on a baguette.
It's one thing if I want to schedule something with somebody who I know I'm going to actually have like a good faith discussion with, even if it's about something that's like a disagreement. But no, I'm not going to.
What up, God?
I have little desire to be extremely considerate of and charitable to the time of some morally bankrupt piece of living garbage.
Right.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna hop out. I just wanted to.
Yeah. Have a good one, Lady Rain.
Yeah. Thanks for coming through.
You're welcome. See ya.
See ya. You're waiting in VC? Oh, bet. Hell yeah. Let's get a rune up in this bitch. But also, hold up. Before we continue, hold up. Endler. Endler, you want me to say the N-word?
Drop the banhammer?
No, not yet. Not yet. I'm feeling them out real quick. And you know how we do it here. Endler.
Oh shit, I'm in. What's up?
Hell yeah.
What's up, Arun?
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm just fucking jet lagged right now. Holy shit. I'm like fucking 9.5 hour time difference still fucks me.
Ooh, yeah, I can't even fucking imagine.
That's weird.
Yeah. I only got adjusted in India by the end of the fucking trip, and now I come back, and on top of that I have fucking COVID. So
that blows.
Yeah. So I basically had no choice but to take the entire week off from work, because I was like, there's no way in hell I'm getting any work done this week. I just cannot. I didn't take the day off, but I basically had to catch up on work. I had to catch up on shit. And that's about it.
I feel it.
Yeah, that sounds like it sucks the dick ball.
It absolutely does. No, the worst part was like, so what was it? I took a PCR test on Tuesday, right? I took the PCR test that's supposed to come in 48 hours, right? Mm-hmm. And then it didn't fucking come. And then I called them on like, but overall I'm feeling better. I'm not feeling too awful right now. But yeah, I've only heard like a little bit of the conversation you guys are having, about like Sansol and shit. Fucking wild stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, that shit's nuts. He's goofy as shit, though.
I try not even to really discuss him that much, because I think streamers like him and Chud Logic and Destiny and all these other types of people, I think they're a disease. I think they're a disease. Yeah, I consider them a disease, not just upon other streamers, but I consider just general people like that, like a disease upon human society as a whole. Worthless pieces of shit who fucking literally just like worthless pieces of shit who just like live, breathe fucking like needless conflict between people. And then somehow whenever people respond to their scumbag shit, somehow try to like manage to convince a bunch of other stupid pieces accounts that hang out there, but most of the accounts are real, but will have like either very few or no followers anyway, because they like don't stream. But
the most egregious shit I've seen so far was I didn't watch because I don't fucking watch that shit, it's too painful, but I popped into Chud Logic for a split second, and he had like 318 viewers and only like 60 active chatters, or 60 users in chat. And okay,
that's also
seems legit.
Like that's generally, I know that like generally with any bigger streamer,
his
there's
chat
a
was
certain
moving
degree
slow as
of
fuck too. His chat was moving. slow
there's
as
a
fuck
general. There's like a degree to which like any bigger streamer will often have like way more lurkers that sit around and watch and don't really chat than actually like sit there and chat super actively. That's probably and then especially the chatters often give the fucking like worst representation of the people who watch, because the chatters are often like the super dedicated chatters of a lot of streamers are really weird motherfuckers who have no lives and develop weird parasocial relationships with people on the internet.
Right.
But
so there is one thing that has always been there's one thing that has piqued my curiosity a little bit, and it's the fucking hate rates that deal with Indian like that.
That's a different layer.
Yeah, like the one that's the little pussy licker.
Oh, I just noticed that.
Yeah, so that word he just said is a deeply, deeply casteist slur. It is, like...
I figured it was a slur, but I'm also... Let me go ahead and get Endler the fuck out of here while I'm at it, too. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that, like, people who... talk extensively about Indian, Pakistani, or South Asian politics in general on like Sri Lankan, Bangladeshi politics on fucking Twitch, like get like hate raids from like weird because like weird segments of like Hindu nationalist Twitch like fucking notice that, hey, here's somebody like countering our bullshit narratives.
All right, let me bring Ruhan in here because Ruhan's Indian. They said so.
Wait, I mean, but like those words are like most Americans do not know that word.
Yeah, I didn't know that word.
Exactly.
Like I've had to explain this to like, oh, that's a very casteist slur to use. Like, no, you can't say that, right? Or like some rando like yesterday was, so there's a slur for like South Indians called Madrasi, right? And I mean, it's not nearly as bad as casteist slurs, right? Like you can certainly say Madrasi, you can say like Madrasi and stuff, and like people will get mad at you, but it's like it's
kind of like I guess it's kind of like
that was sorry.
I guess it would be Beer Bash probably chiming on this. I guess it would be the equivalent like calling someone a yinzer, where it's like a slur, but it's like not. You know what I mean?
No, it's definitely.
I don't think I've ever really heard any like Pittsburgh person react negatively to being called a yinzer.
I know someone.
No, it's not even that. No, it's racially.
Yeah,
it's
no.
Racially.
One of my closest
motivated.
Oh, okay. So that makes more sense then, because one of my closest friends is like, if you call him a yinzer, he might swing on you.
What is he?
What up, some dumb? Yeah, he's from Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Oh, that's. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Then again, the people that I actually like lived around in Pittsburgh, I never really heard anybody call them yinzers or how they reacted to it. Just I feel like I've heard plenty of Pittsburghers call themselves yinzers, at least jokingly.
Oh yeah,
and I never got a vibe that they'd be pissed off if somebody else called them that. But
like I'm still shocked because like I'm still shocked that there are people with like raids with those words in it, because you have to have a pretty decent understanding of Indian politics and like Indian like culture to understand like, oh, those are really, really deeply offensive words to use.
Maybe like a military vet.
See, I don't even know if CTV is who you're talking about, right?
Nah, I was talking about Zonia because that's who's doing all the raids.
Zonia.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Zonia's like 50.
Shit.
I don't know who that is, but
yeah, she sucks, and also
that's all you need to know is that she sucks.
It wouldn't entirely surprise me if she's been doing some of them, but there's definitely somebody else who has been doing them
sure.
That also
Samantha
there's specifically. Well, no, there's another person who. I'll have to like talk to you about this like privately. There's another person. There's also specifically another person who's been doing this shit who like hates fucking Zonia and has been specifically impersonating Zonia to like make Zonia look extra bad.
Right. Okay.
As weird as that is, because you don't think you'd need to make Zonia look worse than she already makes herself.
So I know what you're talking about, and that got debunked. That was something Zonia made up because Zonia is fucking Zonia.
Yeah.
I will say.
Anyhow,
I'm not gonna like. I mean, I don't want to like accuse people of anything, but like Stardust is Indian, right? Like.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like she would in her like fan base, because I believe like she was talking to Aston, and she said, "Oh, like I talk to like far right Muslims and like far right Indians, like I used to a lot in my channel." Like I wouldn't
be surprised if she has fucking like Hindu nationalists hanging out in her chat that go find other people.
She based her entire chat like, and don't get me wrong, Hindu nationalism fucked. Like let's not like beat around the bush here, right? But she based her like initial like push on her channel was around like criticizing old Muslim fundamentalists. Who's gonna fucking hate on those people the most? Like. You get me? Like,
I feel it.
Yeah.
So you're saying
Again,
you're saying that like a lot of the.
Again,
But,
I don't want to accuse her of
5
anything. I don't want to
degrees
like say nothing like that. Like,
But I
that's not
haven't.
from-
Okay, but I like that's the thing. I go out of my way to not mention any of these guys on my channel, right? And it's like it still fucking happens, and I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, that's the only like possible person because you associate with Endless and what and like Aston.
Yeah,
and,
I was
and
just
whatnot.
about to
I've seen
say.
you in the
no, I
chat.
also associate with Famous Force as well. so.
Right. I
Yeah,
was
like,
gonna
I
say
don't-
it's got to be just off the strength of because you don't do the drama shit. I didn't do the shit originally either, but it got so fucking much where it's like you got to respond to it. Or
I literally
you
don't do drama shit.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
like-
going. I'm not gonna do it. Like, because it's like, listen, I have like.
Yep. See, it's Zonia. This is Zonia, fam. This person is getting banned.
Jesus Christ, man! Oh my God.
This is like borderline insane. I've seen this in like every single chat with you guys, like who like have any association to. Like,
Yeah,
you.
that's why I have
It's just
10-minute followers only mode on. Usually people doing that shit get mad having to sit around for 10 minutes before they control.
I thought
And
this
then
was like a
especially when they
one-off
can't
thing. This is
raid
like-
because I have to follow channels that can raid me.
This is.
I
like,
mean,
borderline, like,
I mean,
terrible.
I
don't-
find this
I mean,
stuff-
it is just terrible. I don't fucking know. Sorry.
I mean, like when people come into my chat, I've said this before. When people come into my chat hurling casteist slurs at me, it's fucking hilarious. Because like I literally, it's literally the equivalent of like going into a white person's chat and calling them the N-word.
Right.
It's like who do you think
Your
this is supposed
family
to?
from like a cast that those slurs.
Yeah, they
do
don't like. They
not
don't even
apply
know
to
what cast
whatsoever.
you're in. Exactly. Like,
Right,
It's
yeah.
like fucking insane. It's like that's cool.
The only thing
I
they know about
remember
you is
when
that
I
you're
was-
Tamil because you talk about the Tamil people, but that's literally it.
I remember when I was in middle school, this like one kid who was like a serious bully. I remember one time he called me the N-word with the hard R, and I was like, "Why are you calling me that?"
Right.
Look at me. I am one of the whitest fucking people on the face of this planet.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. I don't know what to, like. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I was literally
you
just like I didn't know how to respond. It was just so it was so weird and unexpected. I was just like, why are you calling me a hideous racial slur
That is not that is not targeted
never
towards
once targeted my ethnicity.
exactly. Exactly.
Like maybe I'd actually be offended if you use some sort of like anti-Irish or anti-Jewish slur against me, but
I mean,
now
like,
I'm just kind of perplexed.
Yeah, no, I mean the other thing is like, so in Tamil Nadu, you can't tell what someone's caste is by simply their name, right? You can't really.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you can because there are some names that only like certain castes will use, but for the most part, you can't really tell like what someone's someone's specific caste is based on their name in Tamil Nadu, right? And that's the thing, right? Like you can't tell, right? And these poor fuckers just think, "Oh, I'm from the South, so therefore I'm like I'm low caste or whatever." And it's
Yeah.
like, you guys are fucking morons.
Yeah, that shit's wild. Like the sheer lack of understanding of like Indian like heritage or like politics in this fucking country is like actually abhorrent. I don't know.
I mean, I don't expect people here to know the intricacies of
Yeah, of
what's
course,
going
of
on in
course.
India.
Yeah.
I don't expect them to know that, right? Because like, there's a lot of. I mean, it took me 2 years of just constant reading and constant like, just literally just constant reading to understand, to come to a baseline understanding of Indian politics. Like,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Mhm.
it took me a long time to understand what was going on in India to a certain extent, but I mean, yeah, it's like I'm still perplexed by the fact that they know those slurs and then they're just throwing it at me. It's like,
I mean, they might know them because like I don't know where Zonia like gets those like rating people. Like what like audience is she galvanizing to like get that? Because
Yeah.
like depending on what that is,
I
like
think they're all.
what
I mean,
what
I think-
forums they're on, like they would know just because of how like deeply racist they are. If that makes sense.
I mean, I'm sure that there have to be like
those specific people might also be.
There has to be like one psycho like NRI Hindu national, like like Indian American Hindu nationalist that knows all this shit to a certain degree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also like not even talking about Hindu nationalists. I'm just talking about like deeply racist white people that are just like obsessed online. That's why I was like wondering which ones it is. Like there's gonna be some like some really fucked up people.
Yeah.
That like make it their entire lives to do this shit, and it's like depressing, but it's also like holy fuck.
I mean, to me, this whole thing is dumb and it's stupid and it's fucking pathetic. Like yeah, sure you're making my stream more fucking inconvenient, right? But like, the thing is, I have like 5 mods. I have like 6, 7 mods in my chat. Like I have like an unusually large mod team for my size, right? Like do you really think, like, do you like people were like, I had like 3 hate raids last night and then Nightwolf clapped them all. And it's like, do you honestly think that like you're gonna get one on me? Like you're not gonna get one on me. Like you're not gonna win.
People trying to say the N-word to me and shit. Every time I'm like, damn, holy fuck, how am I supposed to live? I've never heard that word before. What am I even gonna do?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's like,
especially
oh, you know
that brings up in my chat, like he reports all of them for the slurs in their usernames and shit. Twitch doesn't do jack, and then even if Twitch did do jack, a lot of these like hate raiders are which there's definitely people who have done this. Like I've got hate raids in the past that were like not from like this like recent round. What people do is they I actually got one that was actually organic once. Like it wasn't script kiddies. It was actually like 50 people showing, like 50 angry Polish guys showing up in my chat telling me to kill myself.
Oh shit.
That's wild.
Yeah. But yeah. You think dealing with like script kiddies raiding with like slanderous usernames is annoying? Yeah, try dealing with like 50 actual fucking angry Polish people that show up in your chat to tell you to kill yourself.
That shit's crazy. All this shit's crazy to me because I literally, y'all know how I got busy. I fucking was telling Mythic Politics about it. Like I've literally been in the same room as people like Jason Tankersley, fucking, Paul Wagner.
Who the fuck is that?
He's the head of Maryland Skinheads. You know what I mean? So like I have been in literal physical like altercations with actual neo-Nazis on here.
Jesus.
And it's weird as shit. People come through and they're like, I know we're gonna get like one account to hate raid him with the N-word in the name. And I'm just like,
what do they think they're gonna do? Like if they saw you in person, like the silliest thing.
They knew exactly what would happen if they saw me in person. Yeah,
exactly. Like these people are like they hide on the fucking internet. Their lives are on the internet. It's like, it's absolutely like, if you look at them in person, it's just sad. Like I can't stress that shit enough.
No, I mean,
and then before somebody calls me out for using fascist rhetoric for calling that, I've considered that, but I stand by it. Nah, these people are fucking pieces of shit. They display no evidence that they have any desire to try to like face any sort of like personal growth because they probably don't need to.
Right. They've never had to be forced to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, like, what are you doing with your life? Like, you're not doing. Like, I genuinely want to be like, listen, what are you fucking doing with your life? Like, you really, is this like, is this the sad? Does this actually give you any sort of satisfaction? Just like I mean,
the answer is no, right?
Like, it doesn't. You do this because you're super sad and you're trying to get satisfaction.
Right. Like I would, like what Lump God said, like I would be sad. Like I would feel bad for him if they didn't fucking suck so bad. Like I'd feel sorry for Sansaw. I mean, my man's been working hard as shit, got a Hassan raid, and still view botting for like 20 fucking viewers.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, how do you
got a Hassan raid?
Yeah, how do you fuck that up? Like, like legitimately.
He was
that's
doing
20,000 people, man.
And in the craziest moment too, he was doing like some kind of like trans advocacy fundraiser, and that's why Hassan raided him. He had a giant transplant pride flag in the background and shit. It was nuts.
How do you not like continue with that? Like, just not like, even if you're like a complete grifter, like, how do you not realize, hey, like, maybe like I should like be normal and just like do my advocacy or whatever? Like, not even advocacy. These people are fucking online.
Well, yeah, it's not. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like it's grift. They were like, oh,
yeah,
cool.
exactly.
After 2020 or 2016, they were like, all right, cool. Leftism is popular, trans people are popular, blah blah blah, blah whatever. And he didn't immediately get Twitch famous, so he's mad. So he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna go back to doing conservative shit.
Yeah. Wait, you were saying like on stream before, like he's related to somebody that like is like, is that like a joke? Or
Nah,
like
that's dead ass. He fucking rides his uncle's coattails and talks about all the actual advocacy that his uncle did, because his uncle's like a priest or something that like took in transgender people or some weird shit like that. And now he wants to
he's
be
not his
that.
uncle, certainly.
Right?
Like,
Exactly.
he's not his uncle.
Yeah. All he does is fucking embarrass his family name on this shit every day. He's on this bitch, but like, that's the person he trots out as like, I want to emulate this person so hard. They did so much advocacy for trans people, and they really actually helped actual people in real life, and I want to be just like them.
Don't be on here harassing people.
I was just about to say, I want to actually help people, and that's why I tell people that xenogenders and neopronouns aren't real, and I call people subhuman and the arsler.
Yeah, you want to help people so much, and you just
make
like
M-word towers.
You spend all your time like sitting there in silence with like an occasional interjection, like playing video games and watching fucking debates. I'll admit, occasionally I'll do like remotely similar content. It's just instead I sit there playing like some video game while listening to videos about actual shit instead of two jerk offs fucking and like arguing about something.
That's their content though, because they gotta get money from all those fucking
or hell,
teenage rad
every
libs.
now and then I'll even actually will put on a debate for that purpose, but I make sure the people talking in it aren't fucking dildos.
Yeah. That's pretty crucial. You know what I'm saying? That is crucial.
Yeah. No, and it's like, I don't know. There's like, dude, people that are online are just like, that are terminally online. Like they're too, like it is, the problem is that those sorts of thoughts are allowed to fester online. And it's like,
yeah.
Like there's a post, I don't know if, what's your name?
Ruhan?
Run.
Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry.
What? Ruhan.
Yeah, Ruhan. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ruhan. Okay. Yeah, Ruhan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruhan. Have you heard of this subreddit called Librandu?
Nah, man.
Okay.
I have no clue.
So Librandu is it's basically a subreddit for like, it's kind of a left-leaning subreddit that calls out like, that makes fun of the Indian government and all the fascists in India and all the weirdo like
That's cool.
nationalists in
Yeah,
India.
for sure.
But there's a post that I saw a little while back about this one Bengali guy basically going into, I think it was the subreddit for the state of Tamil Nadu, I think.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. It was the state of Tamil Nadu. Yeah, it was r/Choti, which is like the, I remember it's the fascist subreddit for India that just got banned.
I do not. Yeah, I know what that is.
Oh,
yeah, it only recently got banned.
That's
and this
pretty
guy
wild.
was needlessly antagonizing a Tamil dude on there,
Mm.
and he basically like, I'm just gonna DM you the shit that this fucker said, and it's like, I'm gonna where is this? Endless.
Word.
There we go. I'm just gonna DM you this shit. Okay. Okay, so this is a reference to the Civil War and genocide that straight up happened.
Yo, what the fuck?
Wait, can you link that to me? I'm just.
I'll link the thing to you.
Just the first part you sent me was out of fucking pocket, dog.
Oh no, that's normal. Like, what do you? Oh, you're surprised by that? Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, well, like, I don't know. I'm not exposed. I've never been exposed to this kind of shit before.
Would you DM to enlist some like really vile rhetoric about Tamils that's commonplace in Sri Lanka or some shit?
Yeah.
It's in I mean, this is coming out of India, but it's referencing the genocide in Sri Lanka that happened over the course of several decades. Like this is
arguably still going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's only put on hold because of the economic crisis, but yeah. It's basically this is what do you even say to this sort of thing?
Right, yeah.
You can't. Like, it's just like this dude his brain's broken, you know what I mean? Like, you can't do stuff like that, right? You can't fix this dude.
This is like Klansman type shit. Like, they're gone.
No. This puts the Klan to shame.
Well, yeah. I was just making a comparison of like this person is gone. There's no reaching them.
Yeah, like and I made several mentions about like how a lot of insults or a lot of abuse that South Indians get is very similar to the abuse, like the kinds of insults that black people in America get, right? Like the N-word and stuff.
Right.
And we get called a certain kind of animal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this just shows that. Like, this is a perfect example of that.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude's, for those of you who don't know, this dude is basically bragging about, it's a reference. So this guy is referencing a civil war that happened in Sri Lanka and a genocide that happened in Sri Lanka of the ethnic minority Tamils. And what ended up happening was the IPKF basically intervened a little bit. The Indian peacekeeping forces intervened in Sri Lanka a little bit. So that's another so that's the context you need to know. This dude's bragging about how his uncle basically sexually assaulted Tamil women in the northern parts of Sri Lanka and mutilated them. That's what he's literally saying that.
Dude, that shit's commonplace. That shit is actually fucking commonplace.
Yeah.
Like I have like family that's like let's say a little yikesy, and like my parents don't fucking talk to them anymore. But like when we did, like, dude, like every chance they could get, right? Like every fucking chance. Just like the worst, like slurs, like just terrible, terrible shit. Like I cannot stress enough how like deeply fascistic like India is, like currently. Deeply. It's just,
I mean, to a certain degree, it's always been like
bad news.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's always been like that. Like,
of course, yeah, of course.
It's always been like that. The caste system has been there for 3,000 years. There's an
100%. Yep.
And there's an entire underclass. There's an entire underclass of people that have been forced to fucking work like jobs that no one else wanted to, and they've suffered abuse for that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like, by the way, Ruhan, I'm assuming you're North Indian, right?
I'm from Bombay, like that area. So like.
You're from Maharashtra. Okay, so it's not too bad. At least you're not from Uttar Pradesh.
No, I'm not.
Okay, at least.
I'm not.
Rip Boy Meets Minnie.
No, I know. No, Boy Meets Minnie is like the first one to call out. He calls out UP more than I do. Right.
Hold on.
Yeah,
his
he calls out Uttar Pradesh a lot. He just deleted it. He hates it.
Okay. All right.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I don't
I've
blame him.
I've thought about doing it too.
I don't blame him.
Can we also talk about how like Bollywood kind of fetishizes like fascistic like North Indian like tendencies? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like.
Yeah. No.
Like shit is wild.
No, I know.
I am so unfamiliar with Bollywood.
Man, like, I cannot believe it.
No. Okay.
I feel like you guys can't relate to this or anything. I'm sorry for like.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm just listening to y'all go. I find this interesting as fuck.
Okay. No. So here's the thing. It's
shit to talk about.
So my stream is basically where I Americanize all the stuff that because most of my audience at this point is quite American, right? It's mostly American, I think, rather than like mostly Indian. There aren't that many Indians on Twitch. So there's a lot of times where I just have to like explain stuff to people. So this is like a perfect example. So so Indian cinema, and I did an entire like tweet, what do you call it?
Twit longer?
Thread. Yeah,
Or thread.
Yeah, I did an entire thread on like, hey, if you're gonna watch Indian movies, like, don't like call everything Bollywood, right? Because not all.
It is.
Right.
It's not.
It's not all Bollywood, right? Bollywood just means Hindi movies, right? Hindi language movies, right? So basically, Hindi language movies, they are very North Indian centric. And they tend to basically like stereotype other parts of the country. A lot of them, like the classic example of a South Indian stereotype is what I call the Iyer. So they're Tamil Brahmins that drink coffee, that are somewhat dark skinned, and they have like the what's called a patte across their head, right? It's like a religious mark across their head.
Okay.
Right? They all look a certain way, right? And the other example is like a village, like what we call an anachi, which is like not a village elder, but like he's you can kind of think of him as like a goon. Like he's like the protector of the village almost, right? He's like the older brother that protects the village a little bit, right? The stereotype is that he's super dark skinned and he's like super violent and he has a sickle or he has like a machete on him, right? That's the other stereotype, right? And then it's usually like, oh, North Indian's good, and it's like the way a lot of these movies work is like South Indians are usually stereotyped for being either nerdy or they're stereotyped for being violent. It's usually one of the two. But like a lot of these days, what's going on is a lot of movies, especially like Brahmastra, they're effectively covertly promoting Hindu propaganda, like Hindutva propaganda, right? So like Brahmastra is basically this movie that's coming out.
I think you showed that to me.
No, I showed you a different movie. That's Ponniyin Selvan, right? Ponniyin Selvan is a different movie. Brahmastra is a garbage movie that I would never recommend anyone. But
oh, my mom told me about this. Yeah, she's told me about like how fucking dog shit this is.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah.
It's dog shit. Like it's not even good, right? Like it's basically they're trying to make like Marvel movies using like Hindu mythology, basically. That's what they're trying to do here. And it's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? But it's because the thing is, Bollywood is effectively, I mean, it's not entirely their fault because they're effectively under a tight leash, right? So they live in the state of Maharashtra, right? And for a very long time, Maharashtra has been run by what's called the Shiv Sena, the party of the Shiv Sena party. And those guys are basically like the BJP, except add on top of it's funny because they were actually for quite a bit, they were actually not allied with the BJP. They were allied with Congress. They were allied with the like liberal opposition in Maharashtra because they lost votes with the BJP. But that's a different story altogether. But these guys are basically like the BJP, except add on top the fact that they're Marathi nationalists, right?
Mhm.
So they're pro.
One of their leaders is like actually advocated genocide in fucking like do you know what I'm talking about? Like specifically?
Agre, right? Yeah.
I think so. Like advocated like actual genocide, said legitimate genocide in like in Congress. It was fucking insane.
Oh
like,
no!
Like when you say that, like he literally used the like word, like we need to commit a genocide against these people, like in plain language.
Yes, like plain,
Jesus
like
Christ.
Yeah, that's wild as fuck.
No, that's like
no dog whistles on this guy. No dog whistles on this guy.
Like it's weird because I'm used to the soft fascism here in America. You feel me? I'm used to dog whistles and microaggressions, and I'm used to the OG shit. You feel me? Like this shit is brand ass new to me. This shit's they're straight being like, yeah, we'll go ahead and genocide people. Like that's out of pocket.
Yeah, so
that's out of pocket.
So yeah, Endless. A little while back, me and it's actually like the most recent upload on my YouTube channel is a couple months ago. Me and Arun, we talked about because it was the day before Mulivaikal Remembrance Day, so we talked about the end of the Sri Lankan Civil War and the extremely genocidal means that the Rajapaksa family regime used to end the Sri Lankan, bring the Sri Lankan civil war to an end by just ramping up the genocidal tactics.
Yeah.
And
by the way, just for reference, for reference, right? The Rajapaksas are the guys who just left, right? They're the guys that were just ousted from power, right? So basically, I guess this can get into like Sri Lanka, because I wanted to talk about Sri Lanka on here, right? But basically, so what's been going on in Sri Lanka is that the Rajapaksas have basically really economically mismanaged the country. They did some really head-ass shit, like they basically forced farmers to switch fertilizer overnight from chemical to organic fertilizer. They just banned chemical fertilizer overnight. And that destroyed their ability, that destroyed their self-sufficiency on rice, right? So that's one thing that they did. Another thing is that they slashed taxes across the board for the rich, and they actually borrowed a shit ton of money from Chinese banks and then built like the most useless projects with it, right? So they borrowed they borrowed money for what's called the Hambantota Matala Rajapaksa International Airport in Hambantota, right? I think I showed this earlier. It is the world's emptiest airport, right? It was so empty they had to convert it into a rice silo.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah,
Isn't it mind blowing that this state has the balls to call itself socialist?
Right.
Oh, the official name of Sri Lanka is the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka.
That's crazy. That shit is actually so fucking infuriating. I can't.
Yeah, it's like maybe even more egregious than North Korea trying to call itself democratic.
No. You want to know
Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's always suspect when they use Democratic Socialist in their like title or the People's like you know what I'm saying, like come on now.
Right.
Like,
people that gotta say consensual sex. Like, okay, bud.
Yeah, like what do you
like what is there is there any other kind of
there's another word for non-consensual sex?
Right.
Like, do you want to know it? You know what I mean? Like
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it ain't sex, bro. It ain't sex.
Exactly. Oh, 100%. But yeah, like you want to know what's even the cherry on top, the salt in the wound, so to speak. So Sri Lanka was the first country in South Asia to liberalize.
That's oof.
Yep.
This is like it's giving Burkina Faso vibes.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Oh, it gets okay. So basically, these guys they also built something called the Lotus Tower with borrowed money from China. It's supposed to be like the Burj Khalifa of Colombo of Sri Lanka. It's fucking useless. No one uses it, right? But basically, the connection between the civil war and the economic crisis that's going on now is that the people that caused the economic crisis that just left, that were just ousted, were the very same people that were elected to power on the backs of the Civil War. And they were the ones that committed the war crimes. So when they were committing war crimes against the innocent Tamils who were, and again, I'm not defending the LTTE. The LTTE did ethnic cleansing of their own, right? They did horrific ethnic cleansing of their own. They reduced the Muslim population of Jaffna to nothing, right? So again, I'm not defending the LTTE. Like Sri Lankans in the chat, I'm not an LTTE supporter. Shut the fuck up. Also, the LTTE literally threatened to kill my grandmother and they threatened to kill my dad. So
no, fuck out of here. That's beef. Yeah, that's beef.
That shit happens.
Yeah, so no, I'm not in the fan club of the fucking LTTE. Yeah, that's another story for later, but yeah, they threatened to kill they basically literally said, this bitch better shut up or we'll suicide bomb her, basically.
Oh yeah, that's beef. I tell you what, I'm not even gonna say what I would do if you threatened my grandma
kind of
like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit of in a blood rage right now.
Right.
That is fucked. I'm very
that's
upset.
beef.
Yeah.
That's
Nah, that
if
got
you
me
even
really
if you
fucking
even
upset.
like joked around about some shit like that, that's beef for life. That's we got to handle that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, no, of course I'm not in their fucking fan club, right? But like, the thing is, like, with the pretense of dealing with the tigers, the Sri Lankan government basically slaughtered hundreds of thousands of Tamils, hundreds of thousands of them. They slaughtered, mutilated them, and they raped them. Like, there's an entire Wikipedia page of sexual assaults done to Tamil women in Sri Lanka.
It continues to this day.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong on this, but even before that even happened, they were already like euthanized. Like, no, wait, not euthanized. Wait, is it euthanized? I don't know. Like when you like.
No, they were sterilizing
people.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
They were sterilizing people
them.
in Sri
Yes,
Lanka.
before the genocide, that's what they were doing. Yeah, it's still genocide. You're right.
It's still genocidal in itself.
Exactly, and it didn't work, and so they fucking went in and started just massacring people.
That's so crazy.
I know.
So, when I talked to Arun on my stream, Arun told me about the Channel 4 documentary from the UK called Sri Lanka's Killing Fields. And after I had that talk with him, it's on YouTube, available in its entirety. And I sat there and
they took it down. They took it down since then. I think
that's lame as fuck because they probably want to extract money out of people for that now. But
let me see.
Unless it was taken down for straight up violating terms of service.
Oh wait, no,
it's there.
No, it's back. It's back.
But yeah, it is. Like, not only did they just like kill shitloads and shitloads of people and like rape shitloads and shitloads of women, like they literally like filmed the Sinhalese dominated military that was perpetrating this shit. When they were like committing these crimes, like, of course there's like video taken from like the victim's perspective when like people are getting like shelled and stuff, but then there's also a plethora of video footage of like horrific fucking war crimes being committed that were filmed by the perpetrators as these like fucked up digital war trophies. They like filmed them on their cell phones.
That's so fucking ridiculous. I know that's definitely a thing. I mean, I know American soldiers do that shit.
They do. On top of that, like, there was one Sinhalese soldier. I know it's Sinhalese because he was speaking Sinhalese. He said something. I don't know if I'm allowed to repeat it on stream, but he basically
don't play with fire.
Yeah,
just don't risk it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and get you banned,
Yeah.
but he basically suggested doing a vicious act to an already dead Tamil woman.
Oh, is this the Isapreya you were telling me about?
Isai Priya. I mean, that's one of them. Yeah, Isai Priya is like the most prominent example, but like the example I'm talking about is nameless. We don't know her name, right?
Oh, it's just him, like the banter in the background.
Yeah, it's the banter in the background, and he's suggesting they do something horrific to that woman, basically.
Right.
But yeah, Isai Priya. No, what happened? Like the Isai Priya is also like insanely disgusting, right? Like what they said about Isai Priya is also fucking disgusting. It's blood curdling, right? It's hard not to get angry every time you see that.
Right.
That's like the point where like human beings have like
lost your humanity at that point.
You've crossed the fuck over.
Yeah, that's out of pocket.
Like you will never like be able to just like be the person you once were if you did something so fucking horrific like that.
Okay. Here's what a Sri Lankan army official said in response to the charges of mass rape. You ready for this? Throughout their training, our boys are taught to hate the tigers. They see them as disgusting animals not fit to live. I am 200% sure that they didn't rape Tamil women. Why would they fuck them if they hate them so much?
Yeah, that's fucking nuts.
Oh
I think I
my
remember
God.
you showing me that.
Basically, he's saying like, no, they're animals. Why would our boys fuck animals?
And yeah, so fucking disgusting.
That's like, at that point, you forfeited your humanity. Like, no, you are a disgusting piece of shit. You're a pig after you say that. Like disgusting swine.
Yeah. Agreed.
That's the reason I constantly talk about this shit, because this happened in broad fucking daylight, right? And no one gave a shit, right? No one gives a shit about this.
Mhm. On a slightly separate note, I don't know if you guys saw this, like about Israel in their Supreme Court, the ruling that anybody who's quote unquote disloyal is stripped of citizenry status.
Wow.
So, like,
no,
outright
that's totally not a fascist tendency or anything.
Oh, 100%.
Totally not.
This came out today. Or yesterday, sorry. Or 2 days ago. I can't remember.
Oh, the other thing to keep in mind is so the guy Mahinda Rajapaksa, he literally did a video. He was literally interviewed by a Tamil news outlet called Tandi TV, and he was literally asked. People will ask you like, oh, people will think, oh, you hate Tamil people. You hate Tamil people. Like, his response to that was, oh, I don't hate Tamil people. My son-in-law is a Tamil person. My daughter married a Tamil person. My other daughter married a Muslim guy. What do you mean? Like, that's literally what he said.
That's so wild.
God.
And,
same tendencies all across the world.
And to show you how unpunished this has gone, me simply talking about this gets pushed back from people from Sri Lanka saying, like, no, like, why are you fucking supporting the LTTE? No, I'm not supporting the LTTE. I've literally said on multiple occasions, I've fucking beef with them. I have personal beef with them. Like I don't support them at all, right? I don't like them, right? But what they're not alive anymore. The LTTE are fucking dead at this point.
It's a simple acknowledgement of the fact that of the conditions that led them to even exist in the fucking first place.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to acknowledge their mistakes.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's super fucking terrifying, because so people were like applauding the quote unquote revolution on Twitter. They're like, "Oh, revolution. Yeah. I wish we could do that here in the United States." First of all, the only reason those guys were like, just ask a Tamil person, just ask a fucking Tamil person how them like protesting has worked out for them, right?
Would you I don't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry, but would you say that it's fair to sum it up that the reason why like so many people across the board now are so pissed off now is it's people no longer benefiting from their empire?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
That's yeah.
It is. No, it's because like their crumbs are being touched now.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the reason, right? Like, that's the thing that's super frustrating, right? People are like, oh, it's a wonderful revolution. It's like, no, there's a lot more to this story. And this, like, Sri Lanka is in a very, like, precarious position right now, right? There's no real appealing option from any of the fucking candidates, right? The guy who just became president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, right, who was the prime minister previously, he's also a war criminal. And he also comes from a very prominent political family. His uncle was the fucking president. No, his uncle was the prime minister during one of the largest anti-Tamil pogroms, Black July. His uncle.
Yeah, notice how this shit happens all the time. Like, every single fucking, like, movement, like, just gets co-opted, right? And, like, I don't want to bring up, like, Russia, because, like, okay, that happened, like, whatever. Like, a lot of people getting their fifis about that shit. But let's be real here. Lenin was not, like, you know what I mean? Like, he was who he was. He was he had prominent like family that were political. Like he had prominent like right wing family, and like he was a right wing deviation on what
you
people
talking
were
about
doing.
Putin?
What? No, I'm talking about Lenin, like Vladimir Lenin.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about Vladimir Lenin.
Yeah,
Like,
that was
and, like
when I was
noted,
talking
and
to
like
this.
I feel like we're so. I mean, and again, I like Lenin. I want to be clear here. Like I like a lot of Lenin's writings, whatever, like et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to make it like this weird, like, oh, I hate him. He's a Marxist Leninist. I don't like doing.
I'm in the camp where it's like I wish I could like him, but got the consequences of the shit he did.
I mean, like, immediately taking away like a worker council.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to
I
want to buttress like just how fucked the situation is in Sri Lanka at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry for derailing.
No, because I want to like go back to that for a second, right?
You're good.
Because okay, so the guy that is president right now, he's been prime minister 5 times. He served as prime minister 5 times, 5 terms. Never once completed a term, by the way, right? That's Ranil Wickremesinghe, right? So that's one. The other guy, the opposition leader, Sajit Premadasa, his father was Ranasinghe Premadasa, who was president during Black July and who was assassinated by the LTTE because of Black July. So, and Sajit Premadasa is is like the major opposition leader in Sri Lanka. That's the opposition. So that should tell you, like, there's no fucking appealing option in Sri Lanka, especially for the fucking. There's no appealing option in Sri Lanka in terms of there's like one maybe communist dude from the protests, but we don't know what his stances on anything are, right? If he's gonna be like, well, the Rajapaksas were fine when it comes to the Civil War, they were right to do the way they did it, then no, he's also a lost cause and fuck him too, right? Yeah. And the thing is, if Sri Lanka doesn't learn from the fascism, and the other thing is like, the other thing that people don't note, like they say, but they don't realize is some of the people that were chucking like flashbang canisters at the cops were monks. Were Buddhist monks in Sri Lanka, who are the Sri Lankan equivalent of Nazis.
Yeah.
They're fascists. They partially were able to win because they had fascists on their side.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
And like the American left does not want to fucking talk about this shit. Like we're so quick to just like, you know what I mean? Like, oh God, we're so fucking hegemonic, man.
It kind of sucks. Like this is why I like listening to y'all rap about this shit, because like I wouldn't get this anywhere. Like even if I wanted to look for it harder, I wouldn't even know what to look for. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you're never going to get this. You're never going to get this perspective on anything, because on Sri Lanka, because all the fucking news outlets, they will write, especially with regards to this, they'll treat the Civil War as like a passing thing. They'll be like, oh, the Civil War happened. And, the Rajapaksas are like considered war heroes in Sri Lanka against the Tamil Tigers. That's the coverage. Right. Not one outlet, not one single outlet I have seen aside from the Tamil Guardian. And the Tamil Guardian, they have a very obvious bias, right? You can probably tell what their bias is, right? No one. Everyone else no one has mentioned the word genocide.
Yeah.
Which it objectively happened in Sri Lanka. Like the population percentage went from 25 to 11%.
Mm-hmm.
It halved.
Holy shit.
And I want to like stress this because like the West will always have like their narrative be the most prominent, right? And like I don't know if y'all remember this, like maybe like you didn't see this on Twitter, but like during like as soon as the Ukraine war like happened, right? Like as soon as the invasion happened, immediately these like leftists who were like pseudo defending Russia were like, hey, can we now talk about the far right in India? Like you took the one fucking time, like it's like we can talk about a different thing, and then you shifted it. Like this shit's been happening for fucking decades, and this is like what you're fucking doing. Like, we've been screaming about this for fucking decades, and you took the one time in which people. Yeah, and you took the one time in which, hey, maybe it's okay to talk about like the invasion in Ukraine over this subject. Obviously, like, we should always be talking about all the subjects at once, but you get what I'm saying, right? You took the one time in which, hey, there's another thing happening, and then you co-opted like the struggle that like people have been talking about for fucking years and years and years. And now you want to talk about it? Like, obviously I'm going to engage in it because, like, finally, but god damn, man. Like, it just shows who controls what.
Opportunistic and scummy.
No, there's this one guy I was talking to, and I was chatting in another like leftist streamer's like stream, right? And I was just like chilling with him, right? And there's this one guy that was like, President Xi to the rescue, with regards to Sri Lanka, right?
Wow.
And I'm like, dude, fucking lord,
what a
the ultra capitalist, like President Xi, bro.
Wait, it gets better. No, it gets better.
I'm like, dog, I can't. I'm cringing too hard. Oh my god.
No. Get ready, Endless. It will get better. I promise you. You're gonna have to like lie on the floor, cringing in fetal position after I'm done with this. Okay?
Oh no. So this is gonna be worse than watching Steve's dick be covered in bees in the new Jackass.
Oh, okay. So I'm like, first of all, you do realize that a lot of the problems that Sri Lanka is facing right now is because Sri Lanka borrowed money from China. It's partially China's fault for this in the first place.
And this shit's gonna happen to Africa too. Everybody's like,
China. I was gonna say China's already doing that. China's low-key already doing that now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sri Lanka's their test bed, right? They've been doing it in Pakistan and Sri Lanka for a long time. Okay, I said you do realize this is partially China's fault. I'm not saying this has nothing to do with America. America and the IMF have also loaned to Sri Lanka as well, and Vikramasinghe leans more towards the West anyways, right? That's a different thing altogether, right? I shit you not, his response to that was, his response to me saying this is partially China's fault as well was, only if you believe capitalism.
China is capitalist. What do you think they're fucking doing? How do you think they're exploiting?
That's wild.
I'm fucking done, man.
This is the same feels I get when people try to tell me Russia's not part of the fucking imperial core.
I was just about to say,
so wild.
Those people who think Russia is socialist.
Yeah, when people or they'll, even if they acknowledge that it's not, they'll claim I support Russia for anti-imperialist reasons. But no, if you support the Russian state, you're not anti-imperialist. No, stop your weird, like, twisted definitions of imperialism to try to tell me that America's the only. Like, America and Western Europe is the only imperial core, and that China and Russia aren't fucking part of it. Russia controls 1/8 of the world's inhabitable fucking landmass. You're telling me they're not imperialist? If they weren't fucking imperialist, it would be after the fall of the Soviet Union. It wouldn't have broken up into 12 countries. It would have broken up into fucking 40.
Yeah. And I hate them.
I mean, like, the thing is, like, the other thing is, like, there's a Twitter post I saw, right? I've permanently, I think I've been Twitter brained thanks to Maudy, right? He's permanently Twitter brained me. But basically, like, there's a post where it was a picture of Africa, and basically, like, it was like Russia's not imperialist, like Russia's imperialist, and then it was like all the countries that participated in the scramble for Africa, and they're like, oh, the Russian flag isn't there, so therefore Russia's not like imperialist. And it's like,
motherfucker, do you forget that there's history beyond 1899?
You want to know what else? You want to know what other country wasn't there? You want to know what other country's flag wasn't there? Fucking America's.
Right.
Yep.
Fucking America's flag wasn't there. Oh, I guess America's not imperialist then.
Say by extension, America's flag was technically there because Liberia existed.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
Liberia's
right.
flag is almost an exact copy of ours, except that they have one star in the blue canton instead of 50.
So Liberia is an American colony. It's an American colony.
It is. It's an American colony. It was founded by free black Americans who were like given the fund to do so by rich white people.
Yeah, the American Colonization Society. They started here.
Yeah,
the dude John Carroll, because there's Carrollton named after him here.
Right. It wasn't directly owned by the American government in this case. It was like, yeah. And it's like, and also like, listen, just because like, here's the thing, just because Russia isn't like, I think a lot of people get caught up in the idea that like, if a country opposes America, it must be good.
Right. America bad is the whole take.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, America bad is the only thing that matters. It's like, no, that's like a baby brain leftist take. That's not how stuff works.
WWP here, Workers' World Party here, was so fucking America bad pilled that they were literally praising Lukashenko.
Holy fucking shit.
Fuck?
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. America fucking bad. Like, fuck that shit. But, like, what is wrong with people?
Yeah.
No, I've also seen leftists do idiotic shit like India bad, therefore Pakistan good. No.
Right. That shit's
Wait,
that's not how this stuff works.
I've never seen that. Okay. I haven't seen that.
No, it was like I saw, again, it's like my memory eludes me, but like basically it was like a list of countries that were supposed to be at the table, and it's like anti-imperialism or whatever, right? And they're like, India's on this list, it shouldn't be there, which I agree with. India's a very imperialist country.
Yes.
But then it's like, we should like, why is Pakistan not on there? It's like, dude, what? What?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, what are you on about? Right? What are you fucking on about, man? Like,
yeah,
like all I ask of like Western leftists is like, hey, listen, I get it. You've been lied to your entire lives. You've probably
Milicevic, Jesus Christ, that's shit's nuts.
Post 9/11 fucked some people up. And,
it really did.
That needs to be addressed. And like, but I feel for them. I'm never gonna like scream at those people and like be super fucking mad, even though like I am really mad about it, but. Like,
Pakistan's not bad. It's Pakistani government and military that's bad. No, but that's what I mean by like countries being bad. I'm not talking about your average person.
Yeah,
obviously.
Of course not. Yeah.
I'm not talking about that, right? When I say like the same thing, when I say like China bad, I'm talking about the government of China.
Yeah, same.
Like I'm talking about how it's like it's
and these power structures that are native to these state structures, and I think we briefly
and
brought
like how
up Liberia.
Exactly, and how China's like Han nationalist, right?
Oh yeah,
it's like super nationalistic, right?
And people try to be like, no, but the Han government like totally like actually works very hard to protect the status of indigenous languages of other indigenous languages. Then why are like so many of them declining? And like fucking, and even like some of the bigger ones, like Tibetan and Tibetan and the like dialects of Mongolian spoken in Inner Mongolia. Like you look at the people who are like the party cronies that run Inner Mongolia's regional government on behalf of the national government. Well, a lot of them are Han Chinese. There's a lot of ethnic Mongolians, but they fucking use Chinese names publicly. Like, yeah, okay, that's totally not promoting Han hegemony or anything if like people who aren't Han will have like two different sets of names and they'll use the Han one publicly. That's wild. And hell, you even and I think part of the reason why like this is something that China's like state apparatus under communist rule, whether it be Maoist or Dengist or whatever, has so failed to address from like the no matter like regardless of how much they claim they're so much better than the old republic, like Jiang Jiexi's republic and the warlordism era and shit, is they still carry over that like Han supremacy, which I think a lot of that was fueled because the Han supremacy like in the early eras of the Republic of China and shit, I think were especially fueled because the last two dynasties of China were not Han. The last two dynasties of The Qing dynasty was the Manchu,
Manchu.
dynasty. Yeah, the name of the ruling clan was the Icene Gyoro clan. That was not a Chinese name. And the like rough Chinese character approximation of their Manchu clan name was like completely fucking meaningless when a Chinese person tried to read it. Like they would like read it and they're like, wait, this is someone's name?
No, and, so taking us back to Sri Lanka for a second, right?
Yes.
So that very same person that was like, let's not do this. Oh, they said, let's not do this, Arun. Like they basically said, like, only if you believe capitalism, like China has anything to blame, as though like China can't be involved in lending money to more in predatory lending. Like, what the fuck does that mean, right? Like that, I mean, first of all, that demonstrates an understanding of you don't know what capitalism or communism is. You just do. If you say the words, if you believe in capitalism, you don't know what either communism or capitalism or socialism.
Yep.
You don't know what any of that shit is, right? You forfeited that, right? And then their immediate response was like, oh, so you're saying this is like Sri Lanka's fault? Let's not do this, Arun. Like in that condescending, like white liberal tone.
Yeah,
and
I literally
the Karen, the Karen tone.
The Karen tone, and I'm like, motherfucker, I'm from this region.
Swear to God,
motherfucker, I'm from this region. My family is like right across the fucking, like they're right across the strait. Like my family is like an hour from the coast. Like on the maritime border with Sri Lanka, right? My family lives right across from Sri Lanka.
That shit spilled over to India, right?
Yeah.
There are tons of, like, I know people that used to live in Sri Lanka that moved to India because of this.
Yeah. Yeah, like human displacement and even like violent incidents. Like, what the hell is his name? Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated by a Rajiv Gandhi was
assassinated by the Tigers, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I mean his mother went into the IPKF and he sent the IPKF, the Indian peacekeeping forces, into Sri Lanka to subdue the Tigers, and then the IPKF basically also committed war crimes of their own. Right? So they also like raped women and children. And in retaliation for that, the LTTE fucking suicide bombed Rajiv Gandhi. Right? So that's like that. What happens in Sri Lanka matters to someone like me. It matters.
When I read about that, that was like an especially like fucked up attack. That was an especially like that was an especially notable assassination too, because it was literally didn't like the dude like run up and tackle Rajiv Gandhi and then send his bomb off?
No. So what happened was when you say hi in India, right? You usually go and bow down and receive someone's blessings, right?
That's right.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't even a guy; it was a woman that did this.
Oh.
So basically, a woman went up to receive blessings from Rajiv Gandhi, and then when she did that, she detonated her vest.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah,
that's some G shit.
I
mean, real shit. I couldn't blow myself up. I mean, I probably.
Yeah, it takes a lot.
For better or for worse, the Tigers are the ones that invented suicide bombing. They were the ones that pioneered it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it makes sense because there's
a lot of people forget that. Yeah, the Tigers were doing that shit the Tigers were doing the suicide bombing thing long before.
Listen. Anyone, if you even speak out against the Sri Lankan government remotely for their war crimes, you get branded as a tiger. The last thing people need to know is that the Tigers pioneered it. Like, that's why I usually don't talk about that stuff. That's the last thing they need to know.
Yeah.
Right? That's the last thing they need to know. Right? But basically, like, it's like, and there's also this one, I mean, I have no qualms with using the word tanky because, like, they do fucking exist, right? They absolutely fucking exist. It is overused, but there are psychos on the fucking internet that think everything revolves around the U.S.
Right.
And that's not fucking true. Right? Not everything revolves around you, motherfucker. Like that's not how.
Since I'm Twitter pilled, like
The U.S.
I don't know
is
if y'all
like
remember
the most
this.
powerful nation on Earth, but that doesn't. But things can still happen independently of the U.S.'s fucking influence.
Exactly. But this guy was like, oh, what was it? The U.S. is splitting the world into 2 economic zones. As much as I don't like the, and then this guy was like, that flies in the face of. So this guy was like, as much as I don't like the USA, not every national crisis is an extension of American imperialism. And in general, China can cause these problems too. They're also an imperialist power. Sri Lankan issues are more a symptom of their country being poorly run and poor. That last part, poorly run is true. Poor is not like the reason why, right? I have a problem with that. But overall, good take, right? And then the guy that came after, that flies in the face of centuries of global white supremacy and all geopolitical economic analysis. Very ahistorical and liberal take.
Dude, this is actually crazy. Like,
yo, guys, white leftists, please shut the fuck up sometimes. Dude, shut the fuck up.
I
You
don't
don't know
know
what
if
you're
y'all,
talking
like,
about.
saw today,
Except for Beer Bash. Beer Bash is Beer Bash.
I don't know if you guys
like
saw today,
I will give credit to Beer Bash, right? Like
if only more white leftists would admit they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
What I'm saying is like Beer Bash actually, for someone that doesn't know that lives in the West, you know a lot more than you're letting on. Like the fact that we were able
you put in the work. So
you put in the work. That's all, like when I say shut the fuck up, I'm not saying like never talk about shit.
Yeah,
no,
of course not.
that's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying like, please
Make
do
sure
some
you at
fucking
least-
reading.
Yeah.
Please understand a little bit of the history
Yeah.
before you talk.
And speaking
Try
of that,
to like not necessarily just give your outsider perspective. Try to shine light on the perspectives of the people who actually experience this shit.
Exactly. How
I don't know-
fucking hard is that?
I don't know if you guys saw it.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
this
not that
morning.
difficult.
It's like, do you know who Mel is? Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like, she isn't white, but like the anarchist thing. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I don't want to like go too hard on people.
I'm sorry. That noise is probably terrible to hear, but that's literally all my brain does anytime I hear of chaos. Is you're talking about chaos as Mel, right?
Yeah, I didn't really know who she was.
All
but
my
she had this
brain.
weird.
I'm
like,
going to be perfectly clear. I will say this. I do not endorse the opinions of Beer Bash Johnson, whatever he's about to say.
I don't know who she is.
I don't know who this
but
person is.
Oh, okay. I saw on Twitter that they posted like there was this group of people holding an anarchist flag, and then she put next to that like the Nazis, and she like compared the two because like
I saw that. Yeah, because they both have black and red flag. That's the dumbest shit I've seen in a long time.
do you know what I'm talking? Okay, so everybody. Okay, some people saw this.
That's why my brain does that anytime I hear like
I
anything
don't know
related
anything.
to her.
I don't know
She's
anything
an
about
idiot.
her. I don't know anything about her. Other than that reminded me when you said like I wish people like did their fucking due diligence on history, because like what the fuck?
She doesn't.
Like,
Yeah,
what the
she's
fuck
just
is this?
She's a fucking moron. She's literally just so. Yeah, she's literally just some like she's like some weird ex-Nazi who like thinks that like she's the only fucking ex-Nazi that was like capable of being reformed, and that every other like supposedly ex-Nazi should
Reformed
be
Nazis.
killed.
That's crazy how we
And,
keep seeing this like pattern.
yeah.
now.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, not necessarily. And that's the other thing is she like projects it ultra hard by being one of those people who's like, there's no such thing as a reformed fascist, except for me, of course. And of course, she doesn't really mention the fact that she used to have like really fascist political beliefs before she transitioned and shit. But Yeah, she just like she's literally one of those people whose entire shit revolves around America bad, and literally America is the cause of everything horrible that happens in the world, and I don't give a fuck about knowing any other history or having any other knowledge of fucking geopolitics or any of geopolitics or linguistics or any other thing that might play a part of any of these conflicts.
Again, I don't want to like rag on this person. I saw in their like Twitter bio that they were like, they said like unification of like Korea, and then they were like liberation by any means, and I'm like, how do you?
Well, yeah, the reason why she said that is because she's a very notorious North Korea simp.
Oh, okay. I had
Here's the thing. I understand you not wanting to like rag on her too hard because you don't know who she is, but she's a really fucking horrible actor. She's like really bad, and she'll be able to like actually she'll be able to have like chill convos with people about like stuff that's like not super heavy, but like, okay, so I know that we're all in the agreement that like. We're all in the agreement that like Dylan Burns and Hippy Dippy and whatnot cultivated an extremely toxic community and whatnot. But he went and talked to her, and
to a certain degree,
he basically he talked to her and he was asking her if like if she like denies like China's like culturally genocidal actions that they take up against the primary focus of the conversation was Uyghurs, but they've done this against other people too. Like they've also, but they've done this against other people too.
I hate to do this because I was going to say
answer the question. She said she would all she did was say genocide is bad over and over again, like
trash.
It's just. She's literally somebody who just she spews like really dumb like
I'll say straight up like I'll say straight up and down. Yeah, I was gonna say I'll say straight up and down. I got no fucking clue what's going on over there, fam. Like if they're doing genocide, that's fucked up and they shouldn't. But I don't know what's State Department propaganda, what's Chinese propaganda. I don't fucking know. I ain't over there, and I have no real connection to that shit. So
there's also a thing to consider is like there's another thing to consider is the fact that like things like State Department propaganda will actually take information that's absolutely true and twist it into extremely fucked up narratives. And people will use that to discredit everything that is like in it that is the like remotely.
I'm gonna tag out really quick though. Really quick though. I'm gonna end because I just realized I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. It's almost 4 a.m. I'm tired of shit. So Maudie wants to jump in. So I'm gonna raid into you, Beer Bash, and if y'all
thank you.
Yeah, if y'all want to keep the convo going, y'all can. But I'm about to.
I'll keep yapping for a while. I just realized I've been streaming for 7 hours, but I'll keep going for a bit because I'm in the mood to.
Yeah, I'm in the mood to do it.
My grandfather is on a vacation with a friend of his, and so his room that's directly below mine has nobody in it to hear the sound of my voice. And my folks live here too, but rather than just going through the floor